Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Thursday, July 6th, and I hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News Recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will head over to Allen, where he will meet with Don Sherman, CTO and Vice President of Marketing and Technology Strategy at Pega, to talk about how cars, factories, and even grocery stores are making the shift to autonomous. Allen will then meet with Mike Malone, founder and CEO of Small Step, to talk about safeguarding sensitive data and securing infrastructure. Then Allen will sit down with Adam Jacob, founder and CEO of System Initiative, to discuss how to redefine agility, reliability, and security. We then go to Bonnie, where she meets with Vince Dignio, Head of Sustainability, Climate, and Clean Energy at Palo Alto Networks, to learn more about the company's contribution to the EPA's Green Power Partnership and their strategic efforts to address climate injustice. Next, we have an episode of Techstrong Research Review. In this week's review, Mitch and Mike discuss the Wells notice served to SolarWinds CISO and CFO and the longer-term ramifications for breach disclosure. To wrap up this broadcast, we will air sessions from Techstrong Con 2023. First up, Bonnie leads a panel discussion with Dennis Nuswani of Netroscale, Roman Arutyunov of Xage Security, and Taruna Gandhi of Pure Storage to share insights into the world of cloud-native technology and break down the various ways it can drive sustainable growth. Then, Mitch is joined by Tracy Reagan of DeployHub and Donald Lutz of Taos to talk about the impact of AI and generative AI on software development. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Cloud native has emerged as the dominant architecture for new and modernized applications. Join us at Cloud Native Now 2023 to learn more about Cloud Native at the Edge, Cloud Native and AI Ops, Cloud Native Security and API Protection, Open Telemetry and Cloud Native Observability, the latest Kubernetes trends, top cloud-native technologies to watch in 2023 and beyond, and more. Don't miss this free virtual event that will help you embrace innovation, level up your skills, and drive a successful digital transformation and enterprise modernization. Register now.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for July 6th. First up, China has imposed export restrictions on gallium and germanium, two metals essential for computer chips and solar cells. The move comes amid an escalating trade dispute with the United States over high-tech trade and ahead of the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's visit to Beijing. The Chinese government cites national security concerns as the reason for the controls, but specific details of the restrictions have not been disclosed. China is a major global supplier of gallium and germanium, which are crucial components in various industries, including technology and military applications. The export curbs add to the ongoing tensions between the U.S. and China, particularly regarding access to advanced technology and chip manufacturing. Next, a judge has issued an injunction prohibiting federal agencies and the Biden administration officials from collaborating with social media companies on matters of quote-unquote protected speech. The ruling prohibits government agencies from engaging in discussions that seek to remove or suppress content containing protected free speech, with exceptions for criminal activity, national security threats, and other specific cases. The ruling comes in response to a lawsuit filed by attorneys generals from Louisiana and Missouri, who argued that the government oversteps its boundaries by pressuring social media platforms to address content related to COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy in elections. The U.S. District Judge Terry Doherty of Louisiana granted the injunction, citing substantial evidence of a censorship campaign. The decision was hailed as a victory for the First Amendment by Republican officials involved in the lawsuit. This being said, the Justice Department is reviewing the injunction, while the White House maintains that social media platforms have a responsibility to consider the impact of their content, but should independently make decisions about the information presented. In other news, the United Nations Security Council will convene its first ever meeting to address the potential threats posed by artificial intelligence to international peace and security. The meeting, organized by the United Kingdom, aims to explore the risks associated with AI, such as its potential use in autonomous weapons and nuclear weapon control. Scheduled for July 18th, The meeting will feature briefings by international AI experts and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who has expressed concerns about the advanced forms of AI and its implications. Guterres plans to establish an advisory board on AI in September and supports the idea of a UN agency on AI. The UK intends to foster a multilateral approach to managing the opportunities and risks of AI, acknowledging its potential benefits in areas such as development programs, humanitarian aid, and conflict prevention. However, addressing the security implications is crucial, and this meeting will provide a platform for discussions among Security Council members and will be followed by a global summit on AI hosted by the UK later this year. While on the subject of AI, the Recording Academy has implemented new guidelines for the Grammy Awards to adapt to the changing music industry. One significant change involves the use of artificial intelligence in music, stating that only human creators are eligible to win prestigious awards. While AI-generated works are eligible for entry and consideration, the AI portion itself will not receive a Grammy or nomination. If an AI or voice modeling program performs the lead vocal, the track would be eligible in a songwriting category, but not in a performance one. Conversely, if a human performs the song while the AI writes the lyrics or the track, it would not be eligible for a composition or a songwriting category. The Recording Academy aims to ensure that technology enhances human creativity rather than just replacing it. The decision follows the rise of songs created by AI, and the Academy engaged in extensive research and consultations to establish these guidelines. The eligibility of works partially created with AI for Grammy nominations will depend on the submissions, but given the increasing use of AI in music, it is expected that some AI-generated songs will be considered. On Digital CXO, we have an article looking at a new solution to conserving endangered and vulnerable species. Northern Kenya is working towards developing Africa's largest landscape-wide IoT conservation network with the help of the emerging LoRaWAN IoT sensor technology. To learn more, go to digitalcxo.com. On Security Boulevard, we have an article looking at how many enterprises are unprepared for MITRE attack techniques. According to a Cardinal Ops report, which covered more than 4,000 detection rules and approximately 1 million log sources, found that enterprises lack detection for over 75% of all MITRE attack techniques. To learn more, go to securityboulevard.com. Finally, on DevOps.com, we have an article looking at the slow progress of FinOps. A survey conducted by CloudBolt found that while 98% of respondents worked for companies with FinOps teams, only 1 in 500 have claimed to achieve any real value from them so far. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. I've got a guest I want to introduce you to here for this segment. His name is Don Sherman. And Don wears a lot of hats over at Pega. He is the CTO, Chief Technology Officer, as well as Vice President of Marketing and Technology Strategy. So that's a lot of work right there. And Don, welcome to Techstrong TV.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, Don, as I said, you got a lot of hats, you got a lot of responsibilities. How does one, did you forget not to volunteer? Did everyone take a step back while you stayed still? How does one wind up with all of these things in your domain?
Yeah, I think a lot of people's careers sometimes are more drunken walks than we want to admit. And I ended up here after spending a number of years in kind of the intersection of client and technology. So I was in delivery, like professional services consulting. I was in engineering for a period of time and actually wrote some code. I spent some time doing pre-sales consulting, so sort of the technical side of pre-sales. And really kind of established a niche for myself where, I often think of CTO as Chief Translation Officer. And a large portion of what my job, my team's job, is to make sure that we're helping our clients understand what we're doing in our technology, what trends are going on in the marketplace, and how that connects to the value that they need. And then at the same time, make sure that we understand what our clients are doing, what their strategies and needs are, and we translate that back into our product and our engineering teams so that we can actually make sure our roadmap is aligned with what our clients' needs happen to be.
Excellent. And then that's a great way of looking at it. And Don, look, Pega, in my world, Pega is a very known company, but maybe there are people out here who are not familiar, and there probably are. Why don't you give us a little bit of kind of the Pega background, if you don't mind?
Sure. So we're a software company based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the Boston area. And we serve some of the largest organizations and provide them with a low-code platform for AI-powered decisioning and workflow automation. So how do we help them make the right decisions about the workflows they're doing, how they interact with their customers? And then how do we help them automate those processes so that the work is getting done both efficiently for the business, but also easily and effectively for the customer or the stakeholder on the other end? And we work with clients, like Citibank recently presented at our user conference, talking about how they're using Pega to personalize all of their engagement with their consumers. We work with large banks who use Pega to accelerate the acquisition and onboarding of new clients. Virgin Media spoke at Pega World about how they're using Pega to automate the customer service experience that they deliver. We also do a lot of work in core operations of the business. So we work with a lot of healthcare providers, for example, on things like claims and how they manage and optimize their claims processing. And we also do a lot of work sort of in what I call the resolving exception space, right? Fixing things when they go wrong, when things drop off the happy path. How do you get them back on the right path as quickly and as easily as possible?
Got it. A lot of these things you're talking about really kind of, in my mind, fall under the umbrella, if you will, of digital transformation.
Yeah.
Right? As these companies are looking to leverage digital technologies to just be better, to serve their customers better, to give customers what they want faster. It comes under there. Now, I know in your role and Pega in general, they talk a lot about the autonomous enterprise.
Yeah.
And so what is it? What does an autonomous enterprise mean to you?
Well, so let me actually, I'm going to step back to the term digital transformation because I think
it's a loaded term.
It's a loaded term. And I think one of the things that we've learned in technology over the last couple of years is, I think in some of the early phases, we started talking about digital transformation like 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago. And I think there was this kind of perception that digital transformation was like any other, any other project that you go on, right? Like, we're going to do some digital transformation. We'll get a team together. We'll all get in a room. 6, 9 months later, we'll be like, check, digital transformation done, released, out the door, right? I think what we've learned is that digital transformation isn't that. Digital transformation is actually about becoming an organization that can continuously change and adapt. We do not know, nor can we predict what the market is going to throw at us. It may be COVID, it may be inflation, it may be a banking crisis, it may be fantastic new technology that suddenly has got every CEO in the world being like, where can we use generative AI?
What's our story? Right, exactly.
So you've got to build an organization, that as we say in our tagline, you've got to build for change. You've got to actually operationalize agility into the organization. And we think the North Star vision of that is this idea of an autonomous enterprise. So how do you bring together AI, both generative AI, but also some of the more analytical AI that we've had in our toolkit for many years? How do you bring together automation, whether that's robotics, workflow automation, process orchestration? But how do you do it in a way that allows a business to continuously optimize? to constantly be finding new opportunities for improvement. And in some cases, allowing those processes to become self-optimizing, to automatically discover a bottleneck, suggest a fix, get the approval from a human, and actually implement the fix to make it better. And I think the really exciting thing is through the combination of both existing technologies like low-code approaches to software development, robotics, process orchestration, process mining, et cetera, and now with generative AI layered on top of it, the ability to actually talk to our systems maybe in a different way than we could before, I think we're actually really close to being able to have self-optimizing processes running inside our businesses. And that continuous improvement, always with a human in the loop, but automated as much as possible, that's what we're getting at when we talk about the autonomous enterprise.
Agreed. Good. I like that definition. That's good stuff. You know, Don, I'm so old. When I think of digital transformation, it was analog versus digital, right? That was kind of my worldview. But, you know, COVID has changed it. And I think just seeing how companies, and I think you hit it dead on, if it's not COVID, it's inflation. If it's not inflation, it's a banking crisis or a war somewhere or now, you know, AI everything. Digital transformation to me has now become more you have to be nimble, you have to be agile. Maybe it's agile with a small a, not like Scrum agile. But you've got to be able to be adaptable, right, to an ever-changing world, and utilizing digital technologies is the key to that.
And digital transformation isn't about the end state to me. It's about accepting the fact that you are now in a business that is going to have to constantly transform. Day in,
Absolutely.
day out, constantly transform because your competitors, your customers, and the market are going to demand that you do it.
I couldn't agree more. And I think perfectly said. Thank you. All right. So we've defined the autonomous enterprise. Now, just because you define something doesn't mean you can get there, right? It's like, okay, now I got the map, but I still got to follow the map and get there in one piece, hopefully.
Yeah.
So how can businesses working with Pega, you know, how can businesses in general kind of follow the path? How can they accelerate, get there faster, be there quicker?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, like one of my answers is the way to get there faster is to work with Pega. But putting that to the side, right?
Okay, appreciate that.
But you know, what I think of is I think there's a roadmap and a journey that you go. And I look at the journey very similar. The analogy I often use is self-driving cars. I think for lots of reasons, fully self-driving cars, like I get in the car, I say, take me here, and it just magically gets me there, right? We're still probably many years away. Not because regulatory concerns, cultural concerns, like I like to drive. I'm not ready to completely give that up. And frankly, those of us that have built complex enterprise systems know the hard part isn't the individual components, it's getting them to all work together consistently and predictably. And so it's a bigger, maybe technical problem even than Elon Musk thinks it is. That said, I get in my car today. I drove to the office in traffic today, and it was autonomous, right? I put on my cruise control and the car automatically sped up and slowed down based on what traffic was doing. It warned me if I started to drift out of a lane because I was paying too much attention to the podcast that I was listening to, right? I was able to have a drive select where the car would dynamically change the responsiveness of the transmission when it detected that the road was a little bit wet because of the rain that's happening here in Boston. I was able to ask Siri to play me a playlist of music that sounded like the Dead and Company concert I went to this past weekend with a buddy. I had traffic guidance on, and it was constantly readjusting my route based on like where traffic was, right? All these little autonomous pieces that were making me a better, safer driver, making the driving experience better. I think that's how we think about investment business, right? How do you inject these pieces of autonomy? And the way you do that is, look, you start with, there's a lot of stuff that we still do in business that I would just say is not only unautomated, it's unmanaged. There's stuff that happens where we don't know how it gets done. We don't even know if people are working on the right, most important things. So step one is, how do you take your unmanaged stuff and get it to managed? How do you have, whether it's case management or simple process controls or top level prioritization, so that people are at least working on the most important stuff for the business at any given time, and you know where the work is. And that structure, right, now that I have managed work, that structure gives me the ability to start automating things. Okay, that's the next step. Now I can start actually injecting automation. I can use a robot to go automate a task. I can use a web service to go pull in data that I might want to have. I can guide a user using business rules. And as I do more of that, I'm now building up structured data about how that work gets done. Well, data lets me feed AI. It lets me feed intelligence. So now I can do things predictively. I can make processes that are truly intelligent, right? I can predict, hey, you're going to miss an SLA. Would you like me to escalate this for you, right? I can predict customer behavior. Hey, customer has a high risk of churn. Should we offer them a retention plan, right? So I'm now starting to build intelligence in. And when I attach that intelligence to a feedback loop, I get something that starts to be self-optimizing. I get something that starts to figure out like, hey, I predicted an SLA would be missed. You took this escalation action and you fixed that problem. So the next time that happens, I might just automatically do the escalation. Right? Now I get a process that starts, or a customer conversation that starts to be self-optimizing. And that path from unmanaged to managed to automated to intelligent to self-optimizing, we can take across sort of every process and every customer interaction in our business.
I llove it. First of all, kudos on catching the Dead and Company show. I had tickets for them on the last tour and they canceled. And then I'm missing this tour and it's like tearing me up.
It's the last one, supposedly.
I know. Well, no, look. So I go to, well, we'll talk offline. Let's get back to the autonomous enterprise. But you're right. It is about, and then the examples of artificial intelligence and applying it are dead on, right? And I think the examples and the kinds of things you're talking about, Don, are kind of meat and potatoes, where rubber meets the road. There's a lot of people yelling and screaming and the sky is falling, with AI, and it's going to take away your jobs. And I'm not here saying it's not going to change things. It's going to change things. But right now, where rubber meets the road, where things you could really do are the kinds of things we're talking about here, and it works for you.
And the way you make AI both more effective and less risky is you give it a structure to operate within. You box it into a specific task. So let me ask generative AI to lay out and recommend the steps for a process so that I can use that as a starting point and then iterate it, tweak it, change it. Let me ask AI to summarize a history of a customer interaction for me so I can help my agent have the conversation more effectively and quickly get what the last 3 months of customer history looks like. Like once you box it in, right, you find those little moments of autonomy. That's when you deliver value, but it's also safer because you're not letting it go rogue. You're actually giving it very specific functionality for it to perform.
I couldn't agree more with you, man. Don, we've got a few minutes left. If you don't mind, I want to turn Pega specific here a bit.
Sure.
So you've laid out a great realistic vision, I think, of where enterprises and business are today, where they want to go, what they could accomplish that's doable. How do you engage our audience out here? How do they engage with Pega to help them achieve this?
So, first of all, we have clients, many of the people listening may already be Pega clients, right? And so the things that I would say is there's often expertise inside your group, inside your organization around Pega, right? How you might be automating some of your processes, et cetera. So engage and start with that team. Obviously, if you want to learn more, come visit us at Pega.com. We've got lots of great both sort of demonstrations, but also tools. I go into much more detail in some of this on the autonomous enterprise in the keynote I just delivered at Pega World. And so you can use that as sort of a starting point. We've also been looking at very specific use cases for generative AI around how do you use it to more quickly deploy process applications, better optimize customer engagement and personalize customer experiences, make customer service agents more effective. And we've recently announced about 20 of these use cases that we're putting in the upcoming release of our product. And we've put some of those demos up on Pega.com as well. And I think they're just really great as sort of getting people thinking about, okay, how do I apply what can be a kind of big, scary technology, but in a real pragmatic way? So if you check out Pega.com, you'll see a big link to Pega Gen AI, which is our generative AI application. You can also check out from there the Pega World replays and see some of the stuff that we talked about at our recent user conference.
Excellent, man. Hey, Don, I want to thank you for coming on here and talking with us today. This was great. Invite you back anytime you'd like to talk about the autonomous enterprise, digital transformation, generative AI. These are all things we talk about all the time. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you much, Alan. It's great being here.
All righty. Don Sherman, CTO, VP Marketing, Technology Strategy, all of it at Pega. Here on Techstrong TV, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment with another guest.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I've got a new company to tell you about here today. I want to introduce you to Mike Malone. He is the founder and CEO of a company called Small Step. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Hi, Alan. I'm great. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Mike. I guess before we even jump into the Small Step story, let's start with a little bit of the Mike Malone story, if it's okay.
Yeah. I'm a software engineer. I'm a nerd. Been that way since I was a kid. So prior to starting Small Step, I've been bouncing around startup land, worked sort of across different industries, SaaS, consumer, done consumer web stuff, Web 2.0, back when we called it that.
I remember that.
Yeah. I like to say I'm a distributed systems architect. That's my happy place. I like building large software systems and building teams to build large software systems. And I have had the good fortune to be allowed to do that and paid to do that even my entire career. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
I get it. You know what? I often tell people that our whole community, our whole audience here at Techstrong across all of our brands, whether it's DevOps.com or Security Boulevard or Cloud Native now, Techstrong AI, says Digital CXO. We are a community of nerds and geeks. And, you may laugh, you may not think we're the coolest people in the world, but hey, man, we have a good time, and the things we do shape our world. And, I relish being part of that. That's who I am, and that's who we are. And it's cool. I hear you.
Yeah.
So you're the founder, CEO of Small Step. Tell us how that came about.
Yeah. Well, again, my background being I sort of grew up with these technologies that that you covered, DevOps, back in the early days of Web 2.0, I was buddies with, the folks over at Flickr who were sort of developing that idea. My first startup job, we were using AWS when it was just S3 and EC2. So like cloud native, DevOps, CI/CD, Agile, microservices, this has been like my life. And, my immediate prior gig just before starting Small Step, I was CTO at a company called Bettable. It was a platform for online gambling. And, I had observed this prior to Bettable, but really at Bettable, it became more critical. Like security really still isn't fully solved in the context of those sort of modern methods and modern technologies. And there's some missing core infrastructure. And that was sort of the gap that we saw at SmallStep that we wanted to fill.
So I've been in security, and when I started, it wasn't called cyber, right? It was called InfoSec. And I've been in security since 2000, long time, 23 years. Not only was it not solved in modern architecture, it certainly wasn't solved in pre-modern architecture. It's never been solved.
Right.
That's the bottom line. And there's always been gaps, and there's always been, there's more than one reason for this. It's hard to say, that's why. No, that's a contributing factor. Here's 12 other contributing factors. And the funny thing is, Mike, through all of this time, every survey I ever read said, well, security is one of the top 3 priorities for our organization. I used to say it may be so, but their arms are too short to reach to the bottom of their pockets to actually do something about it. And but that's changed. I mean, I will tell you, I don't want to be that security curmudgeon who, we all know those security people. They're my friends too, right? We have made a lot of progress recently. Security really has become a top priority, like job one, for more than just security people, for entire organizations. So, maybe the time is ripe to do this right. And we've made a lot of progress too. Security today, we're much more effective. It's much harder to break into stuff today than it was 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
15 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be that, that old angry man who's a pessimist saying, go play in front of your own house. But nevertheless, there's a lot of work to be done. Tell us what makes small, this, I think the last I counted, there's 4,000 some odd venture-backed security companies. What makes SmallStep different?
Well, to start, I'd say we're open core. So in the foundation, the core technology I mentioned earlier, that sort of missing technology, is an automated certificate management tool chain, and that's open source, and it's extremely popular and has sort of a vibrant open source community. We invested a lot in developing that technology and building the community, making sure it addressed this need of delivering certificates, a variety of credential that's really important at the pace and scale of the
I love it.
Right. So it's written in Golang, and, it can scale up to, issuing short-lived certificates to ephemeral services that are coming and going, using modern best practices, all that good stuff. And that's really the foundation. And, so to some extent, we see ourselves as sort of democratizing this really important fundamental infrastructure technology and making it accessible to everybody, which we see as just an important thing that somebody ought to do. And then sort of our commercial product builds on that. And what we're delivering is a unified platform for end-to-end encryption for everything, everywhere, devices, people, workloads, machine identity. And we really aim to dramatically reduce the time and effort to achieve end-to-end encryption and achieve zero trust, which is becoming a security priority, as you said, to a lot of people. And, the curmudgeon in me wants to say, well, we've known that this is the right way to do things for 25, 30 years. And that's true. But the optimist in me is just happy that we're doing it now. And
better late than never, for right? Yeah.
Yep.
So let's talk about this, and I'm going to talk to you afterwards. We're just making an announcement in the next week or so, actually, around something we're doing in this space. But when you talk about certificates and end-to-end encryption, you're not just talking about certificates for people, like for identity, for a person. We're talking about machine identity and machine-to-machine certificates. And those could be things like containers, right, the ephemeral. They could be, instances, virtual machines. They could be IoT devices. They could be anything that has a quote-unquote digital identity.
That's correct. Yep. And the workloads, the Postgres, the etcd, the Kubernetes control plane itself. is all using certificate-based authentication for your operator,
Absolutely.
your API server.
Microservices.
It's a ubiquitous technology.
Yep.
Your enterprise IT infrastructure, that new zero trust network access proxy that you're using, one of the best ways that you can authenticate a machine as your machine accessing that piece of infrastructure is to issue it a certificate based on its unique device identity. So absolutely, it's a powerful technology that's useful in, it's broadly.
I agree with you. So, look, I'll talk to you. I was going to talk to you off camera, but we're announcing we're doing a virtual event at the end of August on certificates, PKI, in a post-quantum AI world, right? And it's very funny. I pulled my team together to talk about it. And, most of my exec team, Mike, are people my age that I've known for 20 years or more. And they're security people. And I was like, hey, I want to do this because you want to know the truth. The basic underlying technology with certificates really hasn't changed much since SSL and Netscape in 1998 or 99 or whenever, 97 maybe, whenever that was. Right? And PKI has been PKI. I'm in technology over 30 years. I don't think it's
the web, right? It's a telco standard.
Exactly. And I realize it's not sexy. And a lot of people kind of roll their eyes. But, without that stuff, this whole thing grinds to a halt really quickly.
Right.
But for the first time, Mike, in our work careers, yours as well, there are things on the horizon that could break it.
Yeah. Yep.
They could break the backbone here. Things like quantum, things like AI.
Yep.
Which is why, like Google and some of these others are looking to now really limit the duration of a certificate. Right? It's one of the reasons why they're looking to limit it. Interested,
Absolutely.
We're at a precipice here.
Yeah,
we're at kind of a boundary point.
And I think I couldn't agree with you more, right? Like and there is progress being made there, right? NIST has begun to standardize some new post-quantum algorithms. And if you look at that, NIST was not tasked with developing post-quantum certificate capabilities. NIST was tasked with how do we continue to secure things in a post-quantum world. So they looked at the option of let's get rid of certificates very deeply, much money was spent and came to the conclusion that that's not an option.
That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because it's the backbone on which virtually all secure communication and e-commerce is running on.
Look, even if you look at protocols that avoided certificates because of, say, the perceived complexity, like I worked on OAuth and OpenID Connect, which don't use certificates, except they absolutely do because they depend on HTTPS for aspects
and that's certificate based.
And without that, they're not secure.
I hear you. That's, I've been security a long time, as I mentioned. I used to love the people who said, oh, no, we're agentless. We're agentless. Right. We just put a little program on your computer, but it's not an agent. Well, no, I don't care what you call it. It's an agent. And you're putting crap on my computer, code on the computer. Anyway, Matt, we'll talk more about this event that we're doing offline, but let's come back to Small Step and the Small Step Trust platform now. Tell us more about it, how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So, that bottom layer is the certificate management, that core infrastructure. But then what we aim to do is sort of up level that, and the business objects that we're working with inside of our commercial product are the things that need to be secured. Your Apple laptops, your AWS VMs, Postgres running on that AWS VM, and we have workflows and monitoring and observability capabilities that we're building building out, right? We're a startup, so like there's a journey here and it's not all done, but here's the vision to make it easy for folks to leverage the native support for TLS in your infrastructure, in your language libraries. Where it exists is a ubiquitous, very widely deployed technology, and to deliver end-to-end encryption between all of these components for privileged access, for machine identity, for workload identity, to achieve zero trust in a way that's easy to deploy and configure, that's approachable for the average software engineer, because these technologies are not as difficult as they appear to be if you're looking at some of the tools, off-the-shelf tools like OpenSSL, which is a great tool, but it's designed for a PKI expert. So the pillars are, we want to help you find the things that need attention, the risks in your infrastructure. So identify those things, and then get them secured using integrations and workflows that are approachable and understandable by the average software engineer, and then give you observability, visibility, and allow you to understand what's going on, so that you can make smart risk-based decisions about your infrastructure, and you have more confidence that you have all of your bases covered. So yeah, and all of that, our approach to that is all asymmetric key based, eliminating passwords, eliminating API tokens as much as possible, end to end. We try to avoid proxy-based approaches and really go, from entity to entity that needs to be secured, and from the silicon up. We want to identify the device, ideally using a cryptographically secure mechanism like an attestation from a trusted platform module, or in the case of like an Apple laptop, the secure enclave. And there are new protocols that allow, open standard protocols that allow for that. That's the shape of it, right? So do the right thing from the silicon up, zero gaps, and make it easy for the people who are doing the work, and make it seamless and easy for the end users who are in these workflows.
Love it. Got a little bit of time left, Mike. How can people engage with Small Step for this? It's an open source and a commercial product, so I'm hoping they get their hands on the software right away.
Absolutely. So smallstep.com. We understand that not everyone wants to talk to sales, but if you do, there's a contact sales button right there, and our sales folks would love to talk to you. And from our website, you'll be able to find our open source if that's the direction you want to head in. You can also go ahead and sign up for our product right there. If you're watching this and it was just published, just know that we have some big product improvements coming in the next month or so. So keep an eye out for those. But yeah, it's all product led. Try before you buy. So feel free to just sign up and check it out. There's great documentation. Read our blog. Especially if you're interested in learning more about public key infrastructure, we do a lot of we have a lot of educational material on there. So yeah, I think our website smallstep.com is the right place to start to find all of that stuff.
Excellent, man. Hey, Mike, I want to thank you. First time here on Techstrong TV. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you back on here soon. And best of luck with Small Step.
Thanks so much.
Smallstep.com. All righty.
This is Alan Schimmel. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm really honored and pleased to have, this is the first time on the show in years, Adam Jacob. And Adam, well, you guys a lot of you know Adam, but if you don't, he's going to tell you about Adam. But Adam is also now the founder and CEO of a new company called System Initiative. And Adam, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Alan. It's good to see you too.
Absolutely. So, Adam, I hope I didn't embarrass you, but for those people who maybe don't know Adam Jacob.
I'm Adam Jacob. Yeah,
Yes, you are.
in a previous life, I started a company called Chef, originally called Opscode. And most of my career, I still feel like a systems administrator, kind of in my heart. I know that like job title is now long passed into the mists of history, but yeah, mostly I've made my career building tools for what is now like DevOps people. And I wrote Chef originally. I was CTO mostly. I had a bunch of different job titles, but I was mostly the CTO of Chef for most of his life, and then wound up did that for like 15 years, and then took a little time off, and then started System Initiative. What now? A little like 4 years ago. So
absolutely. So Adam, it's funny. My previous interview I did this morning was with Chris A, the CTO of Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and we were talking about Kubernetes of all things.
Yeah,
as one does when you're talking to
CNCF guy. Yeah,
right. But he was mentioning he had a recent talk with one of probably the fourth largest credit card brand out there after MasterCard, Visa, and Amex, you can guess. And they were talking about how they're just moving to the cloud, and they're now looking at maybe starting to use some cloud native technologies like Kubernetes and stuff. And he said, you know what? We live in a bubble where, of course, everyone does DevOps. Of course, everyone does containers and cloud native and Kube and so forth. But we tend to forget that a lot of the world hasn't quite. They're just starting their journey.
Yeah.
And you know what, Adam? There's a lot of people out there who are still called system administrators.
I think it's
yeah. They're still there, right?
they're still there.
Yeah.
And some of them are called system administrators. Some of them have new fancier titles, but they're still system administrators.
Yeah, look, you're still a systems administrator, right? If you're a DevOps engineer, you're a systems administrator.
Absolutely, man.
If you're a cloud infrastructure engineer, that's a systems administrator, right? You're a platform engineer, that's a systems administrator. Let's be honest. Anyway, I lost that argument long ago. I'm going to call you whatever you want to be called, but
Yeah, me too. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So let's talk about system initiative. You started it 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And like you said, you did take some time off in between that and Chef.
Yeah.
What was the motivation there? What kind of drove you to do this?
I mean, look, I feel like I a lot of my journey at Chef, I spent a lot of time out in the field. So I would spend at least a couple of weeks, sometimes months out of the year, working with customers sort of directly. So I would take small teams and run them, so I would take like small slices of a big enterprise, and I'd be like, okay, I'm going to teach you how to do all this stuff, and we'll do it together. And then and then you'll see like how you can stitch all this work together and sort of do the DevOps, and I loved those engagements. They're so fun. And you met so many like fascinatingly smart people who had done so many clever things, and I loved doing it. But I wound up in a meeting toward the end of my time at Chef where I was asked sort of, go to the whiteboard and tell us how we're going to accelerate our enterprise. Here's the shape of our problem. We want to, be able to ship whenever we want to, and, make it happen safely and quickly to production securely. Tell us how. So I went to the whiteboard and I drew it. I was like, here's how. Like, you're going to do these things. And when I finished, their global CTO high-fived me. And normally when that happens in a meeting that you're trying to sell something, you feel pretty good about yourself. You're like, yeah, I'm awesome. Right. Done. And yeah. I felt none of that, like all I wanted to do was go home. And like, I didn't get any juice out of it. And the reason wasn't because I was wrong. It's not like I felt bad because I was like lying to this person. Like, I knew it would work, but I knew that it wasn't actually going to work for them, because hidden inside of my description of what they should do were a million subtleties that if they didn't get them just so, right, if they didn't do it just right, then the whole thing would fall apart. Because the way the tooling came together, not any individual tool, but the entire workflow was a mess, right? Like, and in order to really get the outcomes that you want to see in the enterprise, that workflow has to fundamentally change. And the way the tools were put together and the way the stack was put together didn't actually support that change, right? It was easy to get the religious conversion to be like, oh, okay, I want all these things. I want DevOps. I want all the aspirational good times. But when it came to time to actually change how you worked, we didn't actually ask people to change how they worked all that much. We threw a little bit of lean at it. We swapped the tooling out. We've replaced the actual tools you use maybe how many times in the last 15 years? 2 generations, 3 generations, maybe more.
Yeah.
And but the outcomes are roughly identical to what they were in 2009. And it's because I fundamentally had come to believe that it was the way we put the tools together was the problem. And so that's where System Initiative came from, was this recognition that actually what we have is a user experience problem, that we need to fundamentally alter the way people work together so that they can collaborate in real time on these DevOps problems, which is always what we wanted them to do. And to do that, we had to build systems that had faster feedback loops. We needed to change the way the interaction model worked. It needed to be more like collaborating in Figma or in Google Docs than a pull request, right?
Yeah.
And that's how System Initiative was born.
I love it. Adam, believe it or not, it's coming on 10 years that I launched DevOps.com.
Yeah.
Right? November of 2013 will be 10 years. And I was late to the party, I felt, right? I mean, DevOps was well entrenched.
Yeah, 4 years or so, right?
Yeah, at least. But, we look back now over these 10 years, and there were always naysayers. There were always people who said, it's marketing.
Anything worth doing has got people who think it's bullshit.
Absolutely. But when recently, let's say in the last 2 years, 3 years, we've heard things like, well, DevOps is not as successful for most organizations. And I think you alluded to it, right? You knew it wasn't going to work for the company that you had just kind of diagrammed it out.
The last DORA report had 88% of DevOps adopters stuck deploying once a month at best.
At best, exactly. So it wasn't as successful as advertised. Other people said, well, it was too dev-centric. Other people said it was too ops-centric. Yeah. The platform engineering's replacing it. It's had its day. It's kind of faded. It's passé, whatever. But yet, maybe I'm the glasses half full kind of guy. I just see so many DevOps principles and, kind of precepts embedded into the way we do things now.
Yeah.
In both dev and ops that I don't want to say it upsets me, but I violently disagree with those.
It upsets me. It upsets me, but it upsets me because I remember what it was like before we did that work. And look, I think the question is, what is it that we actually believe brings about these good outcomes? And if we're not seeing the outcomes we want to see in the world, is that because our aspirations were wrong? Is that because what we believed in was wrong, or because what we hoped for was wrong? Were we wrong to hope for those things? Were they impossible tasks? That the evidence tells us no. We know that it's possible for folks to get to that place. We know it's possible for people to work that way. We've seen it, but it's rare, right? And it's rarer than we want it to be. And I think the risk we run when we get stuck in these cycles of, look, I run venture-backed startups. So we are all looking to build categories and to think about how we can create space between us and whoever it is we're trying to compete against in the market. I think the platform engineering movement as a piece of product marketing is kind of brilliant, right? And it made a lot of noise because here we are talking about it on Techstrong TV.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like we're talking about platform engineering because they put out a thing that was like DevOps is dead, and there's a fucking tombstone, and
the whole thing.
The whole thing happened, and here we are talking about it. And so that marketing worked. I think the risk is if you look at what the world was like when pre-DevOps, it looked a lot like the description that they tend to make of how platform engineering is going to work. It said, look, devs don't want to have to think about infrastructure. So what we're going to do is separate devs from operations people. And we're going to say that the barrier between them is the deployment system. And anything beneath the deployment system is ops' problem. And anything above the deployment system is dev's problem, which cheers. That's how it was. And you know what we did to make that work? We built platforms that automatically deployed the code from our application developers onto all of our stuff. That's what we did. And it was not better. It was worse because those developers were isolated from the impacts of their changes. The operations people were isolated from what was happening in the application. Like, we know it's worse. It was manifestly worse. And to make it even weirder, we're still not talking in the platform engineering sense. We're rarely talking about changing the fundamental paradigm of the workflow. We're actually just saying, let's take the existing workflow we're doing and put another layer on top of it. So you have even less visibility into what's actually happening. You have even less capacity for control. You have I don't get it. I mean, I get it.
Well, no, to me, it's like, let's party like it's 1999.
But we're 1999ing it. And we're at the risk of throwing away the part of DevOps that always matters.
20 years. That's what they're looking. Yeah.
And the part that, and look, if you never experienced how it used to be, I get it. It is an appealing idea to imagine that what we're doing is like living in a factory. And the way this should work is that their thing is upstream of my thing. You know, the developer is upstream of my downstream DevOps problem. But it's not actually the correct model for what we do. What we do is much more like art. It's much more like professional sports. Like, building and shipping high quality production software all the time is much closer to a soccer game than a factory. And people,
that's a great analogy.
And people but we don't have tools that allow us to play it that way, right? Only the best people in the world wind up with flows that work that way because they invest all this time and money and they make a bunch of really tiny decisions that sort of get them where they need to go. And so I think about what I think is necessary is less like a platform engineering revolution, although the idea that you need an interface that works semantically for your job, of course, right? So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you don't want a developer to be able to deploy easily. Of course you do, right? Of course you do. But I think in order to really change the outcomes, to really alter the trajectory of what these enterprises are doing, we need a second wave of DevOps innovation. We just really fundamentally need people to try crazy new things. We need people to be like, hey, what if it worked this way, not that way? Or what if the Q folks, I think, are a great example of this. I count them in this second wave because there's a really foundationally interesting question at the heart of Q, which is, what if everything was just configuration and we built a language whose only job was to let you manage configuration at scale in really dynamic and interesting ways that we've never seen before? That's a super interesting angle.
Yeah.
It's not a riff on something we've seen before. It is a new thing. Is it going to work? I have no idea. Is it better?
No, but if it doesn't work, you'll fail and learn.
And we'll learn something. And we'll learn something
try
new.
Something else.
And I think right now we're sort of stuck as a movement in the recognition that we know what happens if we pick up the DevOps handbook and we roll through it roughly the way we've been rolling through it the last 15 years, which is 88% of us, roughly, per the Torah report, will be stuck with mediocre outcomes. And it's not good enough. And we got to fix it. And I don't think we fix it by throwing away our shared aspirations for how we should work or what brings about good outcomes. We have a lot of evidence that good outcomes come from collaboration, that it does come from pushing people closer together. It does come from that ability for a developer, if they need it, to understand the details of what the infrastructure is, and for an infrastructure person to understand the details of the application when and how they need it. I think that's obvious that can't die. And if we let it, shame on us.
A lot of this, Adam, listening to you, and it kind of, as always, you talk, and I it just opens my mind up to concepts and things that I haven't really thought about in this way. But a lot of this goes to education and how we learn and how we do things. So, a lot of education today is kind of monkey see, monkey do, right? And so when we look at, okay, how to do DevOps right, we tend to want a blueprint, and we want a formula that says, okay, we do step 1, we do step 2, we do step 3, we do step 4 equals step 5 plus step 6 equals step 7. And if we just follow that rote formula, we'll have DevOps nirvana. But it doesn't, real life doesn't work like that, right? Because we are playing soccer. We're not building a model car or a model airplane here. We could learn from those steps, but the innovation and the improvisation is kind of what makes it special and what advances the ball. Right?
Yeah. I think the trick is that that there's this idea of shuhari, right? Which is basically an idea of like how you move through learning toward mastery, right? So, when you're at the early stages of anything, how do you learn to play soccer, football, if you're European? Like there are fundamental skills that you must practice and that you shouldn't try to innovate on. Like if you don't know how to dribble a soccer ball, you shouldn't try to innovate your way to dribbling. You should learn to dribble and you should you should just figure it out. And then eventually, if you've mastered it, now you can start to get weird. You want to be innovative with your dribbling? Great. What you got to do first
is just those underlying skills, man.
Get me those fundamentals solid, right? And I think what we tend to do when we talk about, part of why I think this is a workflow and an experience problem is if the number one thing that brings about better outcomes is people collaborating with each other more often, then what we need to get you doing by default on the first day is collaborating with people more often. And instead what we do is go, great, day one, what are you going to do? Well, let's set up a Git repository. We'll put some infrastructure as code in there. We'll package the application up. We're going to build a continuous delivery pipeline. Let's build some CI. Then we'll do maybe some GitOps. Got to deploy that thing to Kubernetes. Like we run down the list of all the stuff you got to do. All that stuff happens before we start talking to each other. Yeah. Before we start really collaborating, we're going to deploy all this stuff happens. Then maybe you can talk to each other. And then where do we talk to each other? Well, code review. And it's in the name. It's not code collaboration. It's review. No, it's somebody else did it, and I looked at it after the fact. And in part of what I learned in those engagements that I used to do at Chef was that I could actually really fundamentally alter the trajectory of how teams worked by basically making them collaborate on I would just show up and be like, okay, all of the way you work is thrown out the window. Here's how you're going to work for the next 4 weeks. You're just going to do it this way and you're going to practice. And at the end, you'll know how it works. And then you'll know how to take it into your environment and continue to do it or not, because I'm gone anyway. So if you don't like it, what'd you lose? And it turns out you can really teach people in a couple of weeks, how to work this way. Because it's not that hard. But it is hard if you don't know how to stitch it all together. It is hard if you don't know what the roadmap is or you don't know what the fundamental skills are. It is hard.
Or, right. If you don't have those building block skills. Let's call them building block. That's what you need. Adam, I only got a little time left. I want to bring this back to System Initiative now. How do you help? How does System Initiative help with this? Yeah,
so System Initiative helps with this by rethinking that user experience from the jump. So what we basically do is we let you, rather than do infrastructure as code where you write it all down and then sort of run it and get a plan and then hope that it works. Instead, we build a simulation. So we build a one-to-one model of the resources that exist in AWS. And then we let you compose those models together and then they intelligently configure each other. So you can say, hey, I have a Docker image that needs to run on CoreOS, which then needs to run on an EC2 instance. You can visually link those models together. And what's happening under the hood is it's a bunch of functions that are generating configuration for you. So it knows how to translate from the model of a Docker image to the model of a CoreOS configuration to the model of an EC2 user data. And then that simulation can give you immediate feedback on what you're doing because it doesn't actually have to go into the real world. It's a simulator, right? It actually can just say, hey, this looks good or it looks bad. And then you can extend it by writing JavaScript code that describes your policy. So if you want to say, hey, in our environment, we can only use Docker images from our internal registry, for example, you can just write a qualification rule that you can apply to all Docker images, and it will tell you in real time if you try to use a Docker image that isn't in the right registry. And all that happens in a multiplayer UI. So you can actually come join me and we can together do it in real time together, like you would watch with a designer working in Figma. That's System Initiative in a nutshell. And right now it's very early. So we're about to open source it. But what we've got is we think the foundations of a really different workflow and a really different way of working. And it's kind of ready for people who love this stuff to come and have a play and to collaborate with us on figuring out like what are the right ways to evolve from the foundation we've laid to really changing how people do this kind of DevOps work.
I love it. I don't know if we mentioned the website, but is it systeminitiative.com?
It's systeminit.com.
Systeminit.com, INIT.
Yeah.
That's funny. The first company I helped take public, that was our ticker symbol in it, INIT. It was Interliant.
Nice.
But we were in it. Yeah. Well, long story I'll tell you over beers at some point, but I was locked up during we went public, and it was right at the end of the .com, and
it was crazy times.
It was crazy times, but that's why I'm here today.
Totally.
Anyway, Adam, always a joy to have you on here. Thank you so much. Best of luck with System Initiative. It's systeminit.com. Go check it out. When do you think like the open source and stuff will be out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping. I'd love it to be the shortest. Right now, it's in a closed beta, so you can come sign up, and we are letting people in. But it's right now it's pretty ready for like a developer. Like you got to be wanting to like check out the source code and compile it yourself. Like it's a little rough and tumble, but it'll be ready hopefully soon. So as soon as I can get it done. So like if I can get it done next week, I'm shipping it. So like. Yeah. So
you promise to come back though when it is and let us all know.
Oh hell yeah!
All right, that's what I needed. Hey Adam, best of luck, man. We'll be in touch.
For sure.
And keep up.
Thanks,
keep
Alan.
it up. It's a pleasure. All right, Adam Jacob, System Initiative here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi everyone, I'm Bonnie Schneider, bringing you in-depth sustainability insights on Techstrong TV. Today, we enter the fascinating intersection of cybersecurity and sustainability. This is where Palo Alto Networks, a global cybersecurity leader, is making significant strides. Joining me now is Vince Digneo, Head of Sustainability, Climate, and Clean Energy. Vince has been leading Palo Alto's efforts in addressing climate challenges through their participation in the EPA's Green Power Partnership. Vince, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Bonnie. It's great to be here.
Vince, can you start with sharing with our viewers a little more about your background and your professional journey and your current role at Palo Alto?
Right. It's easier to work backwards, but I joined Palo Alto Networks in July of 2021. And that's as their first sustainability lead. So I basically helped pull everything together specifically for sustainability. Prior to that, I was 8 years at Adobe. I also started their sustainability program in 2013. And then prior to that, I was at Hewlett Packard, where I was doing the same sort of role. So I've been in this space quite a while.
That's great. So what brought you what made you make this move?
Yeah, it's a great question because if I look at Palo Alto Networks, it's a leader in cybersecurity. In my mind, it's the leader in cybersecurity. And the technology behind cybersecurity is very deep. It's, you hear a lot of sort of noise about other technologies, but cybersecurity, it always has to be out in front of any threat. And so the technology to be able to do that has to be greater than anything else that's out there, greater than any threat there is. So that's really attractive to me. I've been in tech my entire career, and the notion of being in some of the deepest technology is really attractive to me. So that's really what brought me here.
That makes sense. Let's talk about Palo Alto Networks' collaboration with the EPA's Green Power Partnership. How does that work?
Yeah, so the EPA has that Green Power Partnership. It's been around for quite a while. It was while I was at Adobe, even at Hewlett-Packard. And it's essentially looking at companies that are making progress on deploying renewable energy to power their business. And what I really like about it is it's had a very specific focus on true renewable energy, not offsets, not unbundled renewable energy certificates, but true renewable energy. This I like, because I don't believe in offsetting to basically, achieve a goal or to create a marketing statement. So I really like the way the EPA has managed this progression and how they're encouraging and actually highlighting companies that are making true progress. So that's essentially what they do. And I think what it aligns perfectly with some of the, the broader federal government climate goals to be able to encourage companies to be able to do this sort of thing. And then now, even with the Inflation Reduction Act, there's incentives to be able to make this happen more completely. So I think everything is coming together in a good way for these things to make real progress.
Yeah, it seems that the Inflation Reduction Act definitely has started up a lot more of these efforts as well. But moving to a more social issue, I wanted to talk about climate injustice, a global concern. Obviously, many organizations are doing what they can to make a statement and to position themselves in a position where they can make a difference in this area. How is Palo Alto contributing to address climate injustice?
I'll start out by saying kind of the conclusion, which is we are doing our part. And that is essentially we recognize that, and then especially over the last 2 years where we have these overlapping crises, where basically the poorest among us are suffering from the worst elements of climate change. And, it's essentially because they can't afford to do better. And this is something that I think is relying on all of us, all major corporations, to come together and solve this problem as a coalition. I can't do it alone. And what I started out by saying, we're doing our part, is that we are trying to get our employees to be educated in this, to adopt decarbonization for their homes, put solar panels on their roof if they can. If they can't, purchase into a community choice aggregation where they can get renewable energy where they live. So we're trying to make our employees stewards for what we are trying to do. And on top of that, our work with other companies, with our peers, is what I see as one of the most critical elements of this, because we can move mountains with policy changes. And I think, if we're getting all of our peers, and you look at the tech community, which interestingly enough, I mean, we are mostly customers of ourselves. We're very few sort of competitors. We're customers of each other. And what we compete on, not necessarily product, it's on talent. And so when we come together and we sort of lift each other up, the talent becomes very interested in working for these companies. And as such, they're well educated in this space. We try and leverage them to do their part in the communities where we work and live.
That makes sense. Sustainability is leading conversations in data and software development. Can you outline how sustainability fits into the cybersecurity landscape?
Yeah, this is interesting because I think, certainly more recently, AI has become, buzzwords. And this is something that companies like Palo Alto Networks has been doing for quite a while. There's elements of machine learning in just about everything that this business does. It's going to be increasingly more important. And so there's questions about what is the sustainability of that, so of heavy computing. And if you look at traditional data centers, I mean, they eat up a lot of electricity, a lot of energy. And on its own, if it's placed on a grid where it's coal powered or even natural gas powered, it's not that sustainable. And if you look at some of the data centers, like I would applaud Google for a lot of the renewable energy deployment that they're doing tied directly to their data centers. So even though you may not be able to track the electrons from the renewable generation, solar or wind or whatever, to the data center, they're putting it on those grids where once they purchase into this large renewable energy, the data center's emissions decrease, but everybody on that grid is getting a chance to purchase into renewable energy themselves at a lower cost. So it's cleaning up the grids as well. And I think, if you look at that just from a compute point of view, Palo Alto Networks is in all these data centers. Essentially, we are the cybersecurity provider through the clouds and through our hardware in those data centers. So it's kind of it's a hand-in-hand partnership. In the same way with the compute, it is with the sustainability, it is with the renewable energy, it is in solving the greater sort of challenges of climate injustice as well.
Obviously, one of the impacts of climate change is that we're having more frequent extreme weather events that are more severe and longer lasting. That's affecting our power outages. And often there's that fear during a power outage, that's when there's going to be a cyber attack. So I was wondering, in your background with sustainability and cybersecurity, if that is a concern of how we're going to handle going forward these greater potentials for power outages with more extreme weather and affecting more people, and where you see cybersecurity's role in that.
Yeah, this is a perfectly apropos question for right now, because if you look over the last few days with flight delays, bad weather, the worst there in the world in Chicago yesterday, and you look at the extreme heat in the South, this isn't a one-off sort of thing. This is happening more and more frequently. And I think, the way that I look at this, especially like where we can play a role, is resiliency. Cybersecurity is like the backbone of resiliency. And if you look at grid modernization, which is something that is trying to get going right now, it will rely on the best cybersecurity to make sure that exactly what you were saying is not going to happen, that these threats aren't going to break through just because there's some sort of other either climate or infrastructure breakdown. So I think that if we're looking forward, and we should be, and you look at the infrastructure across the U.S., it should be connected, and it should be resilient, and it should be protected. And that's where we come into this.
Makes sense. Palo Alto Networks was recently recognized on the CDP 2022 Climate A list. Can you explain what that is and the significance of it?
Yeah, it's at first it sounds like a bunch of jargon, but basically what it is, it's reporting. It's us reporting on our sustainability. So our greenhouse gas emissions, what we're doing, our goals to try and reduce them. And I look at two elements that are fundamental to that. Science-based targets, which we've set, and they were recently verified. So the science-based targets basically is a set of directions for you to set goals for your company. And it was originally coming out of COP, I think it was 26, out of Paris, the Paris Climate Accord. And basically they work hand in hand with CDP, which is the reporting outlet, World Resources Institute, World Wildlife Fund, so that they're looking at it from a scientific point of view. And this is really the fundamentals of everything that I do. We need to be data-driven. We need to use scientific methodology to basically act on the data, to set goals, and then take actions forward. So that's fundamental to what I do. And CDP itself is where you put all this information every year. It's lengthy. It's a big process. We're right in the middle of it right now. And you turn it into CDP, and they basically go through it and tell you how you did. And as it turns out, last year we've made the A list, and that was the first time for Palo Alto Networks, which is kind of amazing, given that I've been here 2 years, and we went from what I walked in on, which was a C, a grade of C, to A. So we've really stepped up our game. And CDP is one of those outlets that basically acknowledges that, and I think that that's great. But more importantly, I think, is the transparency of reporting. We post our CDP results online. It's public. Take a look at it. We need to be transparent about these sort of things. And I think if I was to talk to any of my peers about this, that's probably the best outcome of reporting to CDP, is that you get a a pretty comprehensive assessment of how you're doing, and you're being transparent about it to share with anybody who needs to. And I look to investors, I look to customers, I look to suppliers, I look to our employees, to taking that information and saying, okay, I think this company is doing pretty well. That's great, keep going. And so I think that should be one of the main outcomes of this, the transparency and reporting and clarity of it.
And what role do you see IT and software development teams playing in advancing sustainability? A lot of our viewers from Techstrong TV work in IT and in software, and they may be watching this and wondering what can they do in their own organizations. So where do you see that fits in?
Yeah, it's a great question because, I'll go back to the energy intensity of IT equipment and that sort of thing. And I love the way that Amory Lovins from the Rocky Mountain Institute frames this. Is you can squeeze so much energy efficiency into your business that ultimately, when you start powering it with renewable electricity, you're taking the minimum, not the maximum. But you're basically focusing on energy efficiency. You can solve a lot of problems. That's where I would start with this sort of thing. Basically, if you're running IT equipment out of your business, are you doing it efficiently? Can it be improved? Can you actually even, for example, like some data centers are using AI to figure out like when peak consumption is and try and adjust for that sort of thing. And even through deploying renewable energy at those times when, certainly at the times when the IT load is at its highest. So start with energy efficiency, decarbonize whatever you can, try and get rid of natural gas, try and, back up diesel generation, try and figure something else out. There are options now. Use storage, that sort of thing. And then even what you have left, deploy renewable energy to power that. So I think that there's an entire sort of thread of IT improvement that can be done just with that sort of thing. And then if you look at the IT equipment and how that's progressing, sort of the typical Moore's Law thing, which is each year, it improves by 7%, something like that. How can you go beyond that? In other words, how can you use your IT equipment in a way that there's less waste, there's less energy consumption. It's only being used when it needs to be. If it's a 24/7 thing like cybersecurity, got to be on all the time. So that's when you really should be looking at renewable energy. I think there's a lot of things that IT professionals can be looking at in order to streamline their businesses, reduce cost, elevate their brand through sustainability. So there's a lot there.
I agree. Looking at the bigger picture, though, since you've been working in this field for a while, what would you say are the emerging trends and developments at the intersection of cybersecurity and sustainability that you've seen and that you see emerging into the rest of 2023 and beyond?
Yeah, this is interesting because this question is coming up more and more about, and I spoke briefly about AI, that intersection as well. But I think some of the things that we need to be looking at are, what are we actually doing with programming? And I think, IT professionals would say code optimization, and sustainability professionals might call it green coding. But I think that that's a really important element to look at. Let's say, for example, you have some really big software program, 1 million lines of code. It's been out there for a long time, seems to work really great. But perhaps there's 5% of it that could be artifacts, old lines of code that could be either removed or streamlined, optimized. Once you focus on that, if you're reducing 5% of a 1 million line code routine, that's 5% of the energy that you're reducing. And if I look at it from the cybersecurity perspective, are there any latencies with having too much code that are artifacts or redundant or whatever else? So in other words, can you speed up the process of what you're doing? Simply by reducing code lines, you can reduce latency, energy consumption, and improve the performance of your software, in our case, cybersecurity.
And finally, can you give us a sneak peek into Palo Alto Network's upcoming sustainability initiatives? What are you working on now?
It's good timing for that because our science-based targets got verified, I think, at the beginning of this month, which is a big step. That means now we got to act on them. And if I look at one thing that I think is going to be the most important piece. We have 3 science-based targets. One of them is reduce scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, like everybody else does. And really the way to do that, and for all of my peers, let's see what we can do to deploy renewable energy. That'll solve that problem. The second one is we intend to get 65% of our suppliers by spend to set science-based targets. Again, working together, set the targets, set renewable energy goals. We'll all work together on this sort of thing. The third is reducing our use of sold products. So basically our customers' emissions from them using our products by 40%. And this is emissions over gross profit. So it's an intensity goal approved by the Science Based Targets Initiative. But what that means is that use of sold products is about 75% of our total footprint. It's massive. It makes the others look pretty small. And what we need to do is to help our customers get on renewable energy so that they're running our hardware or even, our cloud software on renewable energy. Their emissions go down. That's part of it. The other part is the data centers that we're in. If they're using our products, either delivering them to customers or using them themselves, if they're doing it with renewable electricity, those emissions start going down. So once again, it comes back to the entire value chain, setting ambitious goals and deploying renewable electricity, and then working together to try and achieve it to 100%. Net zero gets a lot of noise these days. And the way that we define it is 90% elimination of your emissions, not offsetting, not sort of substitution, not taxing, elimination. In other words, if we can shrink that together and get to 90%, by definition, I think it's the World Resources Institute and the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance says, if you do that by 90%, then you can mitigate the last 10%. That's what I'm looking for. 2030 is our objective for scope 1 and scope 2, 2040 for 1, 2, and 3. That's going to be really hard because right now, air travel, that sort of thing are how do you do that? And you can't offset it. You've got to get rid of it. And I think we need to innovate our way out of this sort of thing. We've got a little time to do it, but too much.
Well, that makes sense, and it's great to hear such ambitious goals from you. Thank you so much for your time and insights today. Vince Degneo, Head of Sustainability, Climate, and Clean Energy at Palo Alto Networks. It was a pleasure having you on, Vince.
It was a pleasure to be here, Bonnie. Thank you.
Great. Well, stay with us on Techstrong TV. We'll have a lot more coming up.
Hey, everybody. Mike Rothman here, General Manager of Techstrong Research, for another episode of the Techstrong Research Review. I'm joined by my typical partner in crime, Mitch Ashley. Mitch, how are you? What's going on?
Good to be here. I'm not traveling this week. Yay.
Not traveling this week. That's right. We are heading into a holiday weekend. So by the time you see this, we will already be past the holiday, but we are recording right before the holiday. So as we like to say, it is the last shopping day of the quarter. So buy whatever it is you're supposed to buy out there and make some reps happy, and so that they can afford their car payments and their mortgage payments and all sorts of things like that. But getting to our kind of knitting, right? At least my knitting, right? Back into the security world, since I've been with Techstrong, I've had to open my aperture a little bit to this DevOps stuff and cloud native infrastructure and AI, although everybody's had to open up their aperture to AI on that front. But this week, I really want to talk about, CISO level issues, right? Chief Information Security Officer issues, because I think we all kind of felt the reverberations when SolarWinds announced that at least two of their executives were served with Wells notices. And that a Wells notice is when the SEC notifies an individual that they are under investigation for possible criminal issues, right? Criminal indictments and the like. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the exact terminology, but suffice it to say, it is not a great thing when you get served with a Wells notice. And it turns out the CISO was one of the individuals served with the Wells notice. And he actually wasn't the CISO at the time, but he was a major player in the security team for SolarWinds when the supply chain attack hit, which of course reverberated, and that was about 2 years ago now, really reverberated and forced everybody to start thinking about what their software supply chains look like, resulted in the requirements for SBOMs. But I don't even want to talk about that, right? What I want to talk about is, really understanding disclosure and consequence, right? There's the expectation that you'll disclose any kinds of issues that happen in a timely fashion. I think it's within 28 or 24, 48 hours or something along those lines. And SolarWinds did that, right? They disclosed that they had an issue within the appropriate time frame. So you start speculating, right? And that's all this is at this point. It's speculation about why they would be found criminally culpable in some type of issue relating to that disclosure. So, but even besides what they ended up doing, what does that mean for CISOs, right? Mitch, you spend a lot of time, you do CISO talk, you're kind of immersed as much as I am in this kind of space. I mean, where's your head in terms of, the impact to CISOs of, potential legal liability for what you think is doing the job?
Yeah, I've been through a couple of breaches as a CIO when we didn't have a CISO, so I became the de facto all of a sudden CISO. What's curious is we don't really know why. To your point, was it something in the process and procedure of how things were done there, or the response was done there, or was it in the disclosure? And to your point, I think the suspicions about the disclosure, interestingly enough, it's the CISO and the CFO were the two executives that were named. And there was also a Wells notice, I think a couple months ago or last year, to the company, to SolarWinds. So this is the second notice, but this time to them individually. What I've read about is the consequences, because they have lingo for it, whether it's civil or criminal or whatever. But there's of course monetary fines. There can also be, you can't hold an executive position or board member position at a public company, blah, blah, blah. So there are career consequences, not as well as potential monetary. So I think it's really important, whatever the SEC does, is just to be really clear and why. Now, we'll see. Usually things aren't very clear coming out of the government, because the game of security is we don't all know all the right things to do. And even if we do, we can't do them. So you follow frameworks. You follow this framework for the NIST. You follow these guidelines for disclosure. And a lot of auditing is all about not necessarily just what are the things you are going to do in what circumstances, but do you follow it? And, it's that getting third-party validation. So curious to see. Of course, this is a Russian actor too. That's a whole nother level of, we're going to expect every company to be able to thwart a Russian actor getting into your DevOps pipeline.
Right. Right. So there's nation state stuff. And obviously, because the federal government was so impacted by the SolarWinds issue, because so many agencies used the Orion, network monitoring technology that was compromised. But again, to your point, Mitch, about communicating and then being consistent about that kind of enforcement. Again, if there's bad behavior, and as you always know, it's typically not the issue or the initial action. It's the, kind of explanation, the disclosure, the cover up, the obstruction that tends to result in some of the more specific criminal types of prosecutions that are out there. So again, I just think that as a CISO, we just need some guidance in terms of, we know what we should be doing from a disclosure timeframe. Is it, is that enough? And are there things that really haven't been disclosed about what happened with SolarWinds that, again, would be, kind of the issue here? And we don't know, right? And you've got certainly one group certainly a fairly sizable number of folks that, play Chicken Little. We are security folks after all, right? Our job is to figure out how we're going to get killed every day. So this is just another thing on the list, right? Oh, federal action.
New threat vector. Vector.
New threat. That's right. New attack vector on that front. But, I think that there are folks that are justifiably concerned that, this makes the CISO job a lot less interesting. But I also remember when Sarbanes-Oxley first hit, again, 15, 17 years ago, however long that was. And everybody's like, oh, nobody's going to want to be a CEO, right? Nobody's going to want to be a CFO if they have to, sign an attestation to the, to the reliability of the, kind of results that are published and posted. And guess what? I don't think anybody, that's gotten a call from the board saying, hey, we want you to step up, said, well, I'm really worried about Sarbanes-Oxley, so I'm not going to do that. Thanks, but I'm just going to stay right where I am, right?
Violations are pretty egregious. It's not a mistake in, accounting.
Right. So, and I think, that's again the point, which is when given proper guidance, right? When given, constructs for what we should be doing it shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? And again, if you're sitting there covering stuff up, or if you're not, kind of coming clean when you need to come clean, you've done something wrong, and there should be consequences to that.
What about Uber and Joe Sullivan? There's a case, right?
Yeah,
you're familiar with. We've all read about that. I mean,
that's right. And he ended up with 3 years of probation, for felony obstruction. And again, I don't know Joe personally, but from what I know, competent guy. Everybody said he was a pretty good guy, but did some stuff that, potentially impacted the ability for Uber to, be truthful about, kind of what happened during the breach. Right. And that's a problem. And that's an issue. And that is something that is not within the boundaries of acceptable behavior for CISOs. Right. So again, I think that we're constantly, and this, again, for someone who's been doing this for 30 years, right. For 20 of them, let's say 15 to 17, we all sat in a room and bitched, with each other about the fact that nobody gives a shit about what it is that we do, right? Nobody cares, and we can't get visibility, and the board doesn't care, and they don't take us seriously. And well, guess what, folks? We're in the room now. And when you do bad stuff, you're in the room. That means you're the one that's going to be held culpable. You can look around and go, oh, crap, that's me, right? Yep. So it's one of these things where be careful what you wish for, because we've been trying to become, more high profile in the organization, get a bigger ability to sit at the table. Well, we're at the table now, and that comes with, the positives, but it is a double-edged sword. And if you don't do the right stuff, it is, again, there's just a much higher bar that we're expected to uphold.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to now instead of just the CISO trying to struggle of how do I get others to be involved in this, it's you do need to run kind of red flag scenario testing, right, of your process and procedures, of course, having that as well. And just so when it's not right, we've talked how many times, it's not if, it's when it will happen, right? And at some point you might have a serious one. I mean, hopefully not as much as SolarWinds, but could happen, and you're going to have to respond to it. And you don't want that to be the first time you've run the let's down and out to the end zone and see what happens. We want to practice that, so when we do run it, we have a better chance of success. I'm curious your reaction to this, because in my reading about it, you check out sort of I used to call them the chat rooms, but now the Reddits of the world and all these places. And the responses people have, with all due respect to them, are like, yes, nothing's ever going to be fixed until we can pierce the corporate veil and hold companies responsible and, pull their charters. And I was like, God, people, what are you,
Well, you always have
what you're talking about. First of all, piercing the corporate veil.
Right. I mean, you've always got the very vociferous, significant minority of folks that would opt for anarchy, right? Yeah. Until they get anarchy, and then they're like, "Wow, come help me!"
But not me.
So there are always going to be those folks that are on the polar sides of just extremists on that front, piercing the corporate veil. Now again, a lot of corporations practice bad behavior. You know, a lot of folks do the wrong stuff in order to enrich themselves. And there's no question about that. But to treat this as a systemic thing, I don't think so. Right. And I think, you know, kind of the SEC kind of stepping up and saying, you know, we are going to be much more aggressive about looking for this kind of bad behavior, given the high profile nature of cybersecurity issues, given the fact that it is a lot of private data that tends to be stolen in these specific situations that puts other consumers at risk, you know, for identity theft and things like that. I don't think over time these are bad things, right? I do think that the government can be a little bit clunky in terms of how these things get rolled out. I do think they're a little bit obscure or obfuscating, you know, kind of what the real issues are under the auspices of obtuse, right? You know, under the auspices of, you know, this is an ongoing investigation and we can't really talk about, you know, what's happening. So we're all in the dark until we're not, right? And also understand that a lot of the legal constructs tend to be years behind where the technology is. Right.
Well, that's what a lot of these notices are typically about Ponzi schemes, right? And corruption and, you know, heading down a RICO path or whatever, you know, something criminally, but in regard to federal laws. So that's what was so curious about this. So what is it? What are you saying?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. But, you know, as security folks will do, we're going to talk about the roof falling in, right? And we're going to put our Chicken Little suits on and go talk about how nobody's going to become the CISO anymore. And again, I don't think that's the case. I think
I've seen a whole bunch of people quitting.
No, and I think the folks, you know, again, what we need is guidance and always talk more, talk sooner about what happened. Right. And I know the legal folks don't like that because it sets you up for, you know, class action stuff. But here's your choice. Fight you with your GC about, you know, kind of potentially, you know, putting the corporation up for liability because you did the wrong thing, or suffer criminal liability, right? Criminal culpability, you know, for covering stuff up and hiding information. Hey, folks, choice is yours. You get to make that choice every day. And I've dealt with enough lawyers who have been like, no, we can't say that. That puts the company at risk. Well, guess what? I'm going to think about number one because I know you are not thinking about number one. I am not your number one. Right. I got to be my number one. And that means, again, you know, sometimes there are whistleblower types of protection in order to do that. But man, do not go down with the ship because the corporation will sell your ass up the river every day of the week. And that's just a fact.
There is also the fear of whatever the ripple effects of this could decrease security. And I'm not sure all the threads of that logic of why that is. Maybe it's because good people leave. Maybe it's because people pull back and don't disclose as much as they should. I'm not sure what exactly people are saying about this, why this would, but I guess it depends on what the ruling is. We're kind of gone down the, you know, which Chicken Little do you want to talk about?
That's right.
I'm not sure.
We don't know. We don't know. But again, I mean, and I think as we want to, you know, kind of start wrapping up on this point, we don't know what we don't know yet. You know, there's certainly a scenario where this is pretty concerning, you know, to security practitioners. But overall, I think that, you know, kind of having more of a spotlight and more specific guidance on disclosure practices is not going to be a bad thing. And again, I'll just make the point again. Disclose early, disclose fully, and understand that it's okay if you change the story once you learn more, right? You know, you just say, listen, this is what happened. We think this is the issue. As you dig into it, as you forensicate and do all that, you will learn more. And that's to be expected, right? But, you know, again, the idea, it's been made very clear, right? Very clear that if you obstruct in any way, if you are not telling, you know, kind of the truth as you know it at that given time. And man, there's just so much paper trail now, you know, a digital exhaust that's out there, you're not going to be able to hide the stuff. You're just not going to be able to hide it. So, man, just come clean, right? You know, you'll get another gig. You'll do that. It's just come clean, because I'll tell you, having to deal with criminal lawyers and fighting the government, man, that will make your ass old real fast.
Hey, speaking of come clean, you and I are talking at Cloud Native Now event on, what is it? July 11th. Sorry, it's almost July. Yeah, July 11th. And we're doing an update on our predictions from 2023.
For Cloud Native, specifically.
For Cloud Native, yes.
Don't get into the security stuff really, but the Cloud Native predictions, yes, that's
so
right.
Kind of checking in, how we doing? Were we off course? Do we need to course correct? And what didn't we expect? So that's happening. I'm excited for that, and a lot of other great content. And then also, I wanted to mention on August 16th, we're doing Data Ops Day, which is, of course, focused on data. And given the role of security and privacy and protection of data, there's lots of opportunities if folks want to speak. I think we're still open for a call for speakers, sponsors, things like that. So if you want, interested in any of those things, you can go to techstrongevents.com and register to go, or, submit to speak, or sponsorships, all that good kind of stuff. But a lot of good content over the summer. We're not backing off. We're keeping the pedal to the metal.
That's right. Hit the gas over the summer, right? And I don't know, actually, Mitch, you're most at risk, right? Because it's actually beautiful in Colorado, over the summer. In Atlanta, it's kind of hot as all get out, right? And down in Boca, it's like 105. It's gonna be 105 this weekend, in Boca. So that's not too interesting on that front. So
it's got to stop raining.
We're going to sit in the AC and we're just going to work.
Yeah, we had so much rain in Colorado, so that's not your typical. But yeah, it's still beautiful. To what you say, I get what you mean, and it's not sweltering. Can't go outside. Hot,
exactly. Sure. So I'm going to stay inside in the AC and just work, because all work and no play is that's Mike's existence.
That's what Mike does.
And I hear it. I hear you all playing on your little violin.
I think it's even smaller, but yes.
All right. With that, another episode of the Techstrong Research Review. Mitch Ashley, thank you, as always, for being my partner in crime on this.
Of course.
We will be back next time. Maybe, I guess we will record next week after the holidays. We'll record next week. We'll be back right with you for the next interesting topic that we'll cover on Techstrong Research Review.
See y'all then. Thanks for joining us.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bonnie Schneider, and I am the sustainability contributor to the Techstrong Group. And I'm so pleased that everyone is here joining us today for TechStrongCon 2023. And I would like to talk about my panel now and introduce you to my esteemed panelists. Well, first of all, we want to welcome you to this panel session, Green IT Strategies, Harnessing the Power of Sustainable Cloud Storage for TechStrongCon 2023. I'm Bonnie Schneider, and I'm also the author of the new book, Taking the Heat, How Climate Change is Affecting Your Mind, Body, and Spirit, and What You Can Do About It, published by Simon & Schuster. And as the sustainability contributor to the Techstrong Group, I'm focusing on that intersection between sustainability and technology. I am thrilled to be joined by three distinguished panelists who will share their expertise and insights on the intersection of sustainability, cloud security, and digital transformation. And now I'd like to introduce our panelists. First, Taruna Gandhi, who leads product marketing for the Evergreen Subscriptions portfolio at Pure One and Pure One at Pure Storage, Dennis Wanshi, the Chief Digital Officer at Netroscale, and Roman Arutinov, the co-founder and SVP of products at XH Security. Taruna, Dennis, and Roman, thank you so much for being here today. And to get started, even though I've introduced you, I'd like to hear for our audience, in your own words, a little bit about yourselves and your position and your role that you have in sustainable cloud storage. First, let's start with Dennis.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dennis Wanshi. I'm the founder and chief digital officer for Netroscale. We provide a range of digital-related services to financial services clients, as well as other highly regulated industries. Very strong focus on cybersecurity, cloud migration, as well as resilience and all the kind of functional and non-functional requirements that large enterprises typically need to address as they embark on digital transformation. Thank you.
All right, Taruna.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. And hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. My name is Taruna Gandhi. I am at Pure Storage. I lead product marketing for the storage as a service and other storage subscriptions at Pure. Pure Storage is the leader in all flash storage technologies. And, very pleased to be at this panel because at Pure, sustainability is an integral part of our technology, people, and operations. And everything that we do have a certain bias towards making sure that we bring you the most energy efficient flash storage on the planet.
Thank you so much. That sounds really interesting. And Roman from XH Security now joining us. Let's hear what Roman has to say.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Roman Arutinov. Bonnie, thank you for having me on this event. So what XH does is XH protects operational enterprises and protects all the various interactions between users, applications, machines, and data across their operational domains, enterprise domains, and cloud domains, really unifying them with a consistent security policy and enforcement. I'm a co-founder at XH, and I'm heading up products.
That's great. I'm so pleased that all three of you are here with your interesting backgrounds. And thank you for those introductions to your work and what you're doing in this area. Now I'd like to dive into our discussion. According to a recent report by the International Energy Agency, the global data industry is projected to consume around 200 billion kilowatt hours of electricity by 2028. That's the equivalent to the annual electricity consumption of about 70 million homes in the US. So my question to all the panelists is, what are some specific steps that organizations can take to reduce their energy consumption and carbon footprint while also maintaining the security and reliability of their cloud infrastructure? Dennis, I'll start with you.
Well, the good news is there are lots of solutions out there. So the major cloud providers are building sustainability. In fact, they position it as one of their primary objectives. And that kind of provides a whole range of solutions for organizations to adopt. Certainly with different industries, you're going to find that there's different carbon footprints. One of the challenges we know that exists today is that there's a lack of standardization when it comes to measuring a carbon footprint. But again, there are technologies that are helping to improve that process. And so I think it's all about having the right strategy and making sure that you actually adopt it and build it into the organizational, the way you actually conduct business, make that part and parcel of the organizational culture. Sustainability has to be at the forefront, and then you can leverage the technologies that are available today.
Excellent point, Dennis. And Taruna, what is your perspective on this?
I think Dennis brings up a couple of really good points, right? If you think about how data protection was traditionally viewed in the data center, it was all about redundancy. It was all about safeguarding your system. So you would have all of these multiple redundancies sitting there idle, consuming energy. I think as we are moving to more modern approach to data center security with an eye towards sustainability, looking at technologies that are inherently more secure and inherently more efficient is the way to get started. But then also think about what companies can do to become proactive about both of these initiatives. This is where AI and machine learning plays a very big part. And understanding how you can actually inculcate that culture that Dennis brought up as well, to make sure that there's transparency and awareness on what people are doing in this field.
That's a good point. And Roman.
Yeah, I think as part of that equation here, we also need to consider how do we enable renewable and sustainable energy in the first place, right? And how do that energy to cloud type of environment. So what Zage does is Zage works with renewable energy operators, think large wind farms, large solar farms, to secure their operations, enable them to exchange data with us.
Okay, that's good points on all of that. I think we're going to be able to ask some specific questions now to each panelist. And the first question I have is for Taruna. And Taruna, as you deliver next-gen data storage technologies focused on outcomes instead of infrastructure, can you discuss some of the latest AI and ML technologies that can be used to solve business issues related to sustainability and in cloud native technology? I think, Taruna, you mentioned a little bit about this, and I'd love to take a deeper dive into it.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, Bonnie. I think AI and machine learning is top of mind for everybody, right? But the question always comes is how are you going to apply it to a business problem, right? So we at Pure took like a multifaceted approach to this. So first of all, our all-flash technology inherently is more energy efficient, and customers are able to get more dense environments. But then what we did was we went around collecting data so that we could apply that AI and machine learning to it. And the data tells us what good looks like. And once we know we can actually analyze it, we can surface up not just a transparency about where the current status is for a customer's environment compared to their peers and compared to best practices, but we can also start giving them recommendations. And more than that, we can actually get proactive, right? So one of the things that machine learning helps us do is show them trends on what is happening in their data center. So if you have a trend that's going in the wrong direction, this is where this technology can actually get you more proactive about it. And then we at Pure went a step further and we said, okay, not only are we going to give you inherently better architecture, more modern all-flash storage, we are going to give you this AI and machine learning layered on top of it. But now that we know what good looks like, what guarantees can we give our customers, especially our storage as a service customers? And this is where we recently introduced an energy efficiency SLA. And that SLA means that we guarantee a certain watts per terabytes that customers get. And if we don't meet those guarantees, we actually undertake the remediation work, and we may even give customers service credits on it.
That's a good point. And Roman, let's go to you now. In your experience working with industrial and commercial enterprises, what are some of the most effective strategies for implementing zero trust access and data security in the cloud? And also, if you can share some success stories and lessons that you've learned from these deployments.
Yeah, sure, Bonnie. I think a successful strategy really needs to take into account the requirements of this industrial operational enterprises. So one of the things we need to keep in mind is that these companies, energy companies, manufacturing firms, they have, really millions of assets in their environments. These are machines, right? These are machines that do physical things. They may be digitally controlled, but yet they do physical things. Pumps, actuators, transformers, robotic arms. We now have applications in the enterprise, applications in the cloud that need data from these assets in order to really perform data-driven, operation and data-driven optimization. So being able to deliver access to that asset and access to that data needs to take into account the requirements of security. Really, how do you secure that? And that involves realizing the fact that many of them don't have internet connectivity. So how do you get the data, right? They may have local network connectivities only. So an approach that gets you into that asset a layer at a time to be able to extract data and take it to the cloud, ensuring data authenticity, ensuring data privacy, ensuring proper access control to the data itself, to the asset itself, based on an identity of a user or an application or vendor, right? So some of the examples of this that Zage has successfully delivered with customers, I'll name a couple examples. One in renewable energy setting where you have data being generated by microgrids that exchange energy with each other. These are communities that exchange energy with each other, sustainable, renewable energy with each other. How do you protect data with operational data and financial data? How do you separate the two so that's not visible in that marketplace, so that proper decisions and proper actions can be taken? So Zage has enabled that across a number of installations. Additionally, we've worked with manufacturing companies to enable access for their remote employees, vendors, and contractors through cloud services deep down into their operational environment, enabling this remote first thinking, driving automation, collaboration, and remote work.
Roman, for that. And Dennis, how do you envision the impact of cloud native technology on sustainability efforts in highly regulated industries such as finance and compliance as you guide institutions to deliver mission critical digital platforms, products, and automated infrastructure?
Well, there's tremendous opportunities these days, as mentioned earlier on. I think the technology landscape makes some significant advances, and so when it comes to things like automation and kind of technologies that are effectively designed to minimize the carbon footprint, although the initial goal is to actually transition to automated procedures. But in so doing, what happens typically is you find that there's less carbon emissions simply because there's less kind of intensive processes involved, which means less strain being put on the underlying infrastructure. This is where cloud can be quite significantly improved and make improvements, be it on-prem or in the cloud. The reality is, when you move to the cloud, you have the opportunity to actually fine-tune how you stack up your applications, and then you have a wide range of things like scalability and high availability solutions that enable you to be able to handle peak traffic without necessarily having to scale up vertically. So, for example, if your target is say 99.999 availability, you can certainly achieve that these days. And there's a whole range of technologies at each level of the architecture, both application, at the infrastructure level, and a whole range of APIs that enable you to connect to data sets in remote locations as well. So the technology stacks are certainly there.
Okay, great. All right. Well, let's get a question now to all the panelists. Appreciate each of those individual answers. Last year in 2022, there were 18 weather and climate disaster events, with losses exceeding $1 billion, and that affected the United States. So in light of the increased risk of extreme weather events caused by climate change, what steps are being taken to improve disaster recovery plans for cloud infrastructure and to protect sensitive data? Let's start with Taruna on this one.
Sure, Bonnie. I think I go back to thinking about business outcomes, right? And, and taking a more proactive approach to these things. So if you think about business outcomes, this is really an exercise in figuring out your recovery point objectives and recovery time objectives, what we call RPOs and RTOs, right? And it's not just about safeguarding your systems in the event that something happens. It's about using modern technology to proactively prevent downtime and data loss in your systems, right? So So I think, what we recommend at Pure is to take like a multifaceted approach to something like this. You can never be sure of what's going to happen, but you can be very well prepared for it. And so we talk to our customers, we tell them to take a look at, how fast you can recover it, to use the best technology so that you can rapidly recover at scale. We also ask them to take a look at this data gravity problem, which is, business resilience over distance, right? So, how are they doing deduplication? Is their data protection always on? How fast is their replication? And then, we offer customers multiple choices of where they actually back up their data. We have something called Cloud Block Store, where customers can back up their data to Azure or AWS, any of the native public clouds. But we also work with a large ecosystem of, backup and recovery vendors, some of the common names in IT. So these customers have a big choice of how they want to go about it based on what their business objectives are.
Thank you so much, Taruna. Dennis, let's go to you now.
Yeah, I think that's really a great point there. And certainly at the certainly vertical level, there's certain solutions which enable you to make improvements as well. So for example, let's say financial services with open banking, open finance, the massive amounts of data that's available to you means that you're able to actually analyze that data using AI and machine learning and understand where there may be opportunities to actually drive efficiencies. And that also speaks to building disaster recovery capabilities as well. In the olden days, for example, we didn't have the ability to run disaster recovery tests without impacting or potentially impacting production on production environments. These days with the cloud, for example, you're able to actually simulate what could go wrong, despite the fact you have geographically dispersed workloads and data around the world. It actually adds to that whole process of running the tests of your disaster recovery plan and making sure you understand the full life cycle of your business process. So that speaks to business continuity as well as disaster recovery. So again, solutions exist. You just have to have the right strategy in place to be able to actually put them into action.
Thanks, Dennis. And Roman?
Yeah, I think I'd like to turn this question, around just a little bit, and how can cloud enable collaboration when weather disasters do hit? I mean, when things happen, like hurricanes, like the weather issues we had in Texas this year, there are outages that happen throughout the energy grid, for example. And often to take care of those outages, you need collaboration between multiple utilities. Crews from multiple cities and utilities come out to help and recover the grid. And at that time, simple challenges become very notable, such as how do I get access to the data? What is the password to this asset so I can fix it, right? How do I get in? So these are different entities. They don't have access. So ability to create a solution that enables collaboration, access, and visibility into the data is quite helpful, those types. And that's what Zage really provides across multiple parties to be able to securely grant them access to the right asset, to the right data at the right time.
Thank you so much, Roman. Well, I'm going to have another question now, and I'm going to also integrate someone who's watching named Zachary. Thank you for your question. I can incorporate it into this one. So here's the question for all panelists. As more businesses view the cloud as a way to help them meet their sustainability targets, how do you see the intersection of sustainability and cloud storage evolving? And what role do you see in data storage companies playing in promoting sustainable practices in the industry? And so that's kind of a future forward question. Zachary is asking specifically for this year, how much you think that AI will be involved. And I know that's something Taruna had mentioned a little bit about as well. So Taruna, why don't we start with you if you can answer the future forward of how we're looking towards sustainability and also the role AI will have this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thanks for the great question, Zachary. So, AI is obviously top of mind for everybody, but you actually have to look at what is behind that AI, right? Which is the data, which is, we know data is only growing, and in order to store that data, in order to access that data, in order to protect that data, organizations need to take different steps. And this is where I think the storage vendors can come in and actually help. And I think I touched on this a little bit, right? So one of the things you could look at is not just look at AI, which will help you predict and prevent and become more proactive, but actually start from the ground up and pick the technology that will actually make this whole piece of your data center more efficient. So I'll give you an example. So at Pure Storage, we have our direct flash technology, which delivers a unparalleled density and efficiency from flash. And in fact, Pure Storage arrays are 85% more energy efficient inherently. So if you think about data that's always constantly growing, if you start out by storing it on something that is inherently more efficient, that gives you a leg up. But I think the secret sauce does come in that AI and ML technology, because it's not a once and done kind of a thing. You have to constantly evolve it. And that is where the latest techniques can help you understand where you are on your current consumption and your current energy consumption, and how that correlates to, in the storage world, we talk a lot about performance and availability. Now, one way to get efficiency is to just turn it off, but that's not what you want. What you want is performance, availability, and energy consumption to be correlated. And this is where AI and ML can help you. So you are looking at that performance curve at a specific energy consumption and getting the best out of it. And it can help you with both getting proactive recommendation as well as, an automation framework so that you can constantly make those changes as needed.
Thank you, Taruna. And Dennis, how do you see the intersection of sustainability and cloud storage evolving? And also going back to Zachary's question, what do you see the role being for AI specifically this year?
Yeah, and I'll go back slightly beyond just cloud storage, because I think there's also an opportunity to rope in cloud security as well. So, for example, if we come back to the application level, you think about all the best practices available today. So, for example, there's programming languages like Rust, which give you both efficiency as well as performance without necessarily compromising security. So I know it's a challenge for certain large traditional enterprises with monolithic large stacks of legacy applications. But certainly as you build your new digital ecosystems, it's worth leveraging those technologies because it gives you the ability to actually build best practices from the get-go. So in other words, the application is efficient and you're building on the security mechanisms. That makes it much easier to then deploy the application and not to have the kind of compromise or at least the loopholes that typically introduce or expand the attack surface. So in doing so, you're also making it more sustainable. Why is that? Well, the application, if it's written in a very clean way, is going to be more efficient because it uses less resources. So I think the application stack is certainly a level to look at. When it comes to the middleware and integration level through APIs, there's opportunities again to use code and best practices to make sure you have the right frameworks and the efficiencies. And that will give you both the security aspect as well as the ability to actually store data securely, knowing that if the data is in transit or at rest, is secure without any without any gaps.
Great, thank you so much. Let's move on to Roman.
Yeah, I think that there's a role here for the convergence between really the cloud and edge computing as well. Like I mentioned earlier, many of these assets in the field that are producing the data are deployed over low bandwidth types of networks. And it's really impossible to really pipe all that data into the cloud. It's inefficient and it's often just impossible. That, like I mentioned, some of them don't even have network connectivity. In fact, most of them don't. And so creating an edge compute type of platform that's deployed out in the fields that can process data and then send up results up into the cloud securely is an architecture that's been taken hold. Now you have this edge compute out there. It's sitting out there. It's gathering data. You got to use it for processing, right? It's part of its sustainability equation for sure. If you got an asset out there, use it. And And again, that creates a much more secure and much more robust architecture as well, because what you're doing there is you're enabling a multi-hop approach for the data to get into the cloud. That takes into efficiency and security all the way through.
Thank you so much, Roman. I appreciate that. And we only have a few minutes left, so I want to do kind of a round robin where I'm going to ask you for a brief answer to the following question. Especially since this panel starts entitled with the words green IT. And I think everyone is wondering, as technology advances and we keep getting new devices, new things, how do we dispose responsibly of end-of-life IT assets, considering that only 12.5% of electronic waste is actually recycled, and the majority is either incinerated or dumped into landfills, as highlighted by a report from the World Economic Forum. So if you were to each give at least maybe one tip of how we might do a better job in responsibly disposing of end-of-life IT assets, I'd love to hear from each of you. And let's start with Taruna.
Sure, that's actually a brilliant question, Bonnie. I would actually turn it around a little bit, and I would say, invest in IT infrastructure that actually does not increase that electronic waste. So I'll give you another example. So at Pure Storage, our evergreen architecture, it does not get wasted at all. So unlike the regular, 3 to 5 years storage refresh, you throw out your old gear, you put new gear in. Our evergreen architecture is always current and it's always maintained. And this is one way to get started. But then, you could also look at different business models. So for example, in storage as a service, a lot of the equipment is upcycled, and in a way, the vendor takes on the responsibility of reducing that e-waste. If you read some of the studies from various industry-leading analysts, one of the ways that storage as a service reduces e-waste is because of the business model itself lends itself to always making sure that you're getting upcycled equipment and you're using it as efficiently as possible. You're only buying what you need. You're not powering on what you don't need, and just kind of overall taking a larger approach, not just focusing on what the e-waste is, but starting from the architecture all the way to the business model.
We have like a quick 2-sentence answer for this one of any quick tip on how to dispose responsibly for IT waste.
So I'll build on that. Good points from Tuna. I think the other side of the coin as well is to look at how you can actually leverage virtualization in a multitude of ways. So, for example, do you necessarily need to actually have hardware? We talk about software as a service. We also have platform as a service, and we have infrastructure as a service. All these different cloud models enable us to move more assets to the cloud. And given the security mechanisms and guardrails available, it is possible to actually do the risk assessment, determining which workloads, which assets can you move to the cloud, and does it necessarily provide opportunities for sharing, or are there ways to actually remove that extra capital cost of hardware? So I think first and foremost, to look at, as Tulin says, see how you can use the cloud as a solution, but have a very holistic view. Look across the enterprise. Maybe some of the infrastructure can be moved into the cloud. Maybe some of the platform services can put into the cloud. And then you can use APIs to build that kind of enterprise connectivity that you need to make sure that business is still sustained.
And final word on your tips on how we can be more sustainable with end-of-life IT.
Yeah, I think the best way to become more sustainable here is to really extend the life of the asset, right? And the industries we're dealing with, in fact, such as manufacturing, energy, transportation, their assets are designed to last 10, 15, 20 years, right? So the life is really extended. The challenge that becomes is that, well, the security landscape is always moving, right? There are new threats that are developed all the time. How do you protect an asset that may be 10, 15, 20 years old against the modern security landscape? And so Zage has created an overlay architecture that's flexible, that deploys right in, requires no rip in the place, works with current assets, yet is software driven, can protect assets and change over time, and with the new attacks and the type of threats that are becoming the new types of threats that come up all the time.
Thank you so much, Roman, and each of you. Those are very helpful tips. I'm sure we're going to be going back and checking on those as time continues on. Well, that is the end and the conclusion of our panel session called Green IT Strategies, Harnessing the Power of Sustainable Cloud Storage for Techstrong Con 2023. I'm Bonnie Schneider, and I'd like to thank our three panelists, Taruna Gandhi, who leads product marketing for Evergreen Subscriptions Portfolio and Pure One at Pure Storage, Dennis Wanshi, the Chief Digital Officer of Netrascale, and Roman Arutnov, the co-founder and SVP of products at Zage Security, for joining me today for this informative and insightful conversation. Thank you to the three of you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you for watching us and joining us on Techstrong Con 2023. And stay with us throughout the day. We have a lot going on, great sessions and informative opportunities as well for networking.
Hi, welcome to our session at Techstrong Con. We're talking about AI-assisted, AI-generated software development, and also in a cloud-native environment, particularly around microservices and distributed applications. Kind of seeing where we are today and where we think this is going to go as part of our digital transformation. My name is Mitch Ashley. I'm CTO with Techstrong Group, also principal analyst with Techstrong Research. And I'm joined by two colleagues who I both know well, and it's great, but they haven't been on a panel together. So I'm excited to see the interaction and experts in their own right. So Tracy Reagan, would you do an introduction of yourself?
Absolutely. I am the CEO of Deploy Hub. I am the community manager of a project called Ortelius. And what Deploy Hub and Ortelius is doing is we are building a central evidence catalog to track and store all your DevOps and security data so that you have an organizational profile for your security, as opposed to one container at a time. I do work with the OpenSSF. I served on their board for about a year. I'm also on the board of the Technology Oversight Committee of the Continuous Delivery Foundation. And I have the honor of being a host for Techstrong Women TV, which I absolutely love doing.
It is the best show we do, trust me. It's a great show. Folks will check that out. Techstrong Women on techstrongtv.com. Donald Lutz, good to be talking with you, my friend. Introduce yourself, please.
I'll do it simply. My name is Donald Lutz. I work for a company called Taos. We were #1 in cloud by Frost and Sullivan. We're mapped by Gartner. I'm transitioning more into platform engineering services and how do you make everything cloud native. And that's an infinite topic that we won't get into right here.
Yeah, that's a whole nother maybe 2-day panel, not a half an hour, 45-minute panel, right? Well, yeah, so first of all, I'm not one to succumb to the hype of ChatGPT and blockchain and everything else that's going to totally transform the world and eliminate the need for anything else. That sort of hype, baloney, BS. What I really want to focus on is in the software development world, the role that assisted AI or AI assisted type development is today, whether it's code completion, in lines of code that we're doing in our IDEs or other forms of that. Maybe if you want to start out, Tracy, kind of where do you see we are right now with assisted development? We're using AI technology.
Well, let me first say that I have been a huge enthusiast of AI for most of my career. I worked for Farmers Insurance for about a year, and we were trying to implement a system called IBM Tiers to build their actuaries. And what we discovered after a year of hard work and building a rules base is that we didn't have enough computing power to make AI possible. It took way too long. A person who has the expertise could come up with an answer a lot faster than our software could. So cloud native actually has a lot to do with AI, because cloud native gives us the platform in which we can immediately expand in order to go do massive pattern matching and then come back with an answer without having to have a humongous farm of servers sitting there in some giant array to do that processing. So if it wasn't for AI, if it wasn't for cloud native, we wouldn't be where we are right now with AI. So they are they're entangled, let's put it that way. One is not possible without the other. So in terms of what we're starting to see in AI applications and software development in particular, I think it has the potential of disrupting how we hire, who we bring on as programmers, and it will help people it'll democratize software development. Let's just put it that way. You could probably do a 2-year certification program at a university and begin using these AI tools to do some pretty sophisticated development. So for one thing, it's going to change the way we hire people and the way we train them.
Interesting. Okay, Donald, love to hear your perspective too.
Well, I've thought about it a lot. We've been talking about lately because everything AI gets thrown at platform engineering. And because of that, because I'm very interested in design patterns and microservices and Kubernetes, I think it helps with a lot of the low-hanging kind of things to take on in terms of development. But in terms of the more complicated cloud-native 12-factor apps, hexagonal architecture, all those kind of things to take on, it isn't quite there for that level, because there is a level of understanding and judgment that has to be applied that isn't a straight pattern recognition methodology.
Mm-hmm. Kind of related to that, and you are deeper into development than I am these days, but just in my own world of working with Python or whatever development tool, there's so much housekeeping we still have to do in code and development and writing software. I mean, I think about the things that I have to write routines for to, initialize this and open this and whatever it is, and handling exceptions and kind of just goofy stuff that we have to do to make our applications work. I'm like, why am I still writing this again? Why can't that stuff be sort of constructed for me, maybe with some AI assisted? So I could then work on, okay, now what's my logic for doing, pattern matching of the text coming in here with my analysis that I'm trying to do, or data analytics or whatever it is. That seems to me, maybe to your point, Tracy, if you took a lot of that sort of complexity, the drudge work out of it, it would make it easier to get into software development. Or disagree. Feel free to disagree.
No, absolutely. Some of that housekeeping work, for most companies, I think we've come up with ways to use templates. A junior programmer will be given examples of how they can get started in their code. So we've always done this kind of manual AI, I guess. Here's a template. This is how you should moving forward. The problem becomes, especially in some of the other components. So you have a lot of different kinds of code, right? You have code that writes software. You have code that delivers software. You have code that builds software. So there's a lot of different kinds of code that we could actually put more guardrails around with AI and provide these standard templates. The problem with the way we have done it in the past is that if you, let's just take something as simple as a make file. You put something in a makefile and somebody borrows that makefile and starts to use it for their own build, they might be linking in libraries that they don't need because they didn't know to take them out, right? So with what I'm seeing now with AI, we haven't really gotten to that place. If you think about OpenAI Codex, you can give it English word commands and it will go off and generate Python script. If you haven't already done it, you should check out, they have a video that shows you how to build a little game, and it shows you how it generates the code. But what I think we really need to get to is a place where we can have a library, a central library for each organization, where they can start building these code snippets. And those code snippets then can be applied in a similar way, where maybe it comes from a Codex sort of platform, but the code snippets are what you're building. And code snippets can relate to microservices. So you could potentially have a ton of microservices that are running out there that are built on these code snippets. And what you end up writing is just very small amounts of code in the first place. And then an English-driven sort of AI-assisted process is going to be phenomenal, because then you're only telling it the logic. You're building the logic. You're not building the infrastructure. And I believe in the long run, that's where companies are going to want to go, because most companies are going to want to have some of their own snippets that they can use. So somebody is going to end up building an AI platform that organizations can build themselves.
That's kind of the AI ops platform idea, right? Is you're
Yes.
building an environment where your models and your data and all of that stuff is managed, as opposed to people's laptops and PCs. And
exactly.
Nobody knows what version of the model we're trying to, enhance or run for an AI application. Yeah. What's your perspective on this, Donald?
It is. I mean, since I'm moving more into platform engineering, I see where the AI ops stuff could work. It's not there yet for the level that we need, because historically I've built all that by building frameworks, and if you build the appropriate frameworks, you basically don't have to do any of that other low-level goop. It's covered by the stuff you've built. It's just that the way it's happening right now is a lot, getting all of that built and mapped and controlled and viewed is complicated, because that itself needs to be a platform. It needs to be an abstraction that can be brought out. That's not, let's run Chat GPT and generate some stuff, because it's not sufficient, and it's just, I'm still kind of on the bubble about it because of some of the things I've seen.
Well, it's just a new tool set, right? It's a new tool set.
Yeah, I think it's, and one of the things I know about Donald, and I know you do this too. Donald lives in a very large enterprise world and extremely complex architectures. And of course, none of it's clean, right? It's everything from what we had 40 years ago to what we're building today, and how you mesh that all together. Speaking of which, Donald's writing a book about service mesh, which is a whole nother topic. So I'm curious, Donald, from your perspective, is this a IDE, build it into your development process? Is this a code library and a smart assisted agent that tells you there's code to do what you want to do already? Or is it something more sophisticated than that?
I think it's those three things. I'm not sure it's more sophisticated than that right now, because I've seen examples where people have used these tools to generate things, and because they don't have the judgment to evaluate what they generated, it's really not so awesome. So then it violates various rules that we've put in place that relate to how certain platform things should be done, which is also interesting, because it's sort of getting to, it's like, oh, I generated this thing, but do you really understand the right way we're doing exceptions? Do you understand the way we're doing all of the above, the way we approach this? What does it mean when we containerize it? Does it map in effectively? Do you really get the idea of what we're trying to do?
And I think that the reference that Donald just used, the judgment, is kind of like I was talking about, when we used to copy a build script and find out we linked in an entire library, a bunch of libraries that we didn't need, because we didn't have the judgment in order to understand how to use that template. And when it comes to what we're doing now with assisted AI, like OpenAI Codex, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of judgment if it's basic stuff. But if you're really building a more complicated system, you're going to have that back-end knowledge to really know if this is right for you. It's sort of like you can't, if you want to write a blog on some, let's just say an AI topic, you can't go to Chat GPT and it's not going to generate this massive report for you, but it's a good starting point. It goes and digs up research that you may have had to do manually. And it's like Mitch and I were talking about this, and it's like having an insight, it's like having encyclopedias back in the day, right? Nobody said you can't use encyclopedias to go research. So now we are just automating all that, and it's bringing it forward easier, faster to use. And that's exactly how these coding platforms are going to look. They're going to give you a good framework, but you need to have the judgment to go through and make sure that that's exactly what you want to do. You have to go through all the testing. You have to go through all of those pieces. So it's not going to fix that. It's just going to get us to where we want to go a little bit faster, and maybe a little cleaner too, because it'll understand not to put code in there that has security leaks or memory leaks, for that matter.
Yeah, I'm fascinated too by the thought of, just right to your point, Tracy, just writing code, using a Chat GPT or the Codex, right? The OpenAI Codex. Does not an application make for most significant applications. When I was running IT as a CIO, sort of the shadow IT loomed out there and people were all freaking out about it. I'm like, look, there's value that they're working on. They're doing this because they have a need. But by the way, they're gonna come to IT and ask for security and data and integration to other applications. And that's where this, to me, gets beyond, you just can't have a generic AI engine writing code for you. You've got a structure, you've got an architecture, you've got a framework, and then you've got integration into internal, external, legacy, current, all these different environments. And maybe there's an AI assistant down the road that helps you with that. But that's, to your point, Donald, that's part of that framework of how we're building our software, because it's got to mesh with, no pun intended, mesh with the other elements of your environment.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just when you look at it, because a lot of the apps I build are really big and they involve domain-driven design, and which gets to event sourcing, some other really powerful design patterns, and those are hard to just generate out of what we have right now. Those are much larger issues. Well, okay, so, because you're probably going to get rid of middleware, and then you have to figure out, well, do I have gRPC? How do I tie it in? There are a lot of concepts. It's great for sort of like I said, the low-hanging fruit. It isn't so great for the higher level stuff yet. We're not quite there, just because a lot of that is judgment call, and how do you map it in? Do you take the Gang of Fours book and just scan it in and it gets applied correctly?
But Donald, don't you think we're going to learn? Don't you think that that over time we'll learn, and those patterns will stop being relevant and obvious, and we can start building AI around some of those constructs, like service mesh, for example, self-healing?
I do, but I'm also still skeptical because of the large corporations I've been dealing with the past 2 years. I'm not sure that's the exact answer.
Say some more about why that
because they have such complex environments, and they've got mainframes, and they have everything in the planet, and they want to move things, and you've got some languages that don't exist anymore, and there's so many things that have to be put into that level. It gets really complicated because you can't really, you just don't lift and shift them and say, okay, we've got this going on and this happens over here, and you have to figure out well-architected frameworks that all the three major cloud vendors have, and how do you apply those principles, right? And how do you apply FinOps, and how are you actually accounting for costs? There's a lot of deeper things that I see it as sort of like I have this co-pilot that helps me with building scripts or deployments, but when I get to these larger things, it's not quite there yet. And you might be right, Tracy, that we're going to get there, but I just don't think it's there yet.
But it could be a starting point.
It could be a starting point.
That's what I think is being used for now. Just like any of the stuff, you get a starting point, and then you have to take it and make it your own. It can't take it all the way, but it could give you a good running start. And I think it'll get smarter as we get smarter about how to build AI systems, because really we're just now beginning to see this. This is the early days.
We're at the beginning steps.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's just that the issue I see is a lot of executives now think that this has fixed their complicated movement across the board because they've read some article and now they think that they could just move this over. And you go, well, you can't really, those 12 people still need to exist because they only 12 people that understand how it works. And therefore we can't suddenly just say, oh, you're going to move that and have it just go magically. It helps with new systems. I'm not sure how well it works with old systems and integrations.
Yeah, I would think that you'd have to do a lot of peeling off a lot of duct tape on those old systems to make any changes.
Add more layers, right? More abstraction.
Lots of layers, lots of skin to peel on that onion.
Well, that's why I think we call it AI assisted or code completion kind of tools like the IntelliSense and from Microsoft and Copilot with GitHub. That seems to me the starting point of just helping the developer, helping them be more productive, reusing, building into libraries of reuse code that we already have that we can, you didn't know this had been written, here you go, add this to this. And it's not the make file that's got the 50 things in it you don't need and the one you do, it's got just the one. But, to your point, Tracy.
And that's why I started this by saying, I believe that right now, tools like, Copilot based on OpenAI's Codex, there's something about encouraging people to get into software development. I was just on earlier this morning, I was on a call that with a young woman who I'm trying to recruit to come and join our Ortelius open source project. She's 2 years into college. She knows how to code in Python, but she's afraid. She's afraid to take that next step. And when somebody at a junior level like that, if they can sit down and play on a tool like Copilot and get some immediate success, that encourages them to take the next step. So right now, I feel like these tools are they're serving entry-level programmers to get them going and get them started and get them excited about what they could potentially do. They may need a mentor to look at their code, though, that they've generated to take that code to the next level. But that's okay because they have been successful at getting it at least to phase 1. And that to me is extremely exciting because it opens up a whole world of developers and people who may never have gone into this industry because they thought it was too scary. And we need it right now. Software development, even though we consider this industry in a minor recession, there's still a lot of programming jobs out there. And there's still a lot of people that we could be employing that don't believe that they can do this work. And tools like Copilot are going to tell them, yes, you can. And that's the exciting part to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would be remiss if I don't at least crack the kind of deployment and platform engineering can just a little bit. I know it's a big topic. And Tracy, I know you're very much astute in the whole delivery aspect, continuous delivery and GitOps and the ways to do that. It seems to me another area we might not just have code assisted help from AI is managing or configuring that infrastructure layer, the software infrastructure layer, whether it's Kubernetes on up or containers on up or whatever the mash of all the software that we're using. Because there's more build script, there's more configuration scripts, even if it's declarative, right? It's still a lot of kind of glue and manual tasks to kind of figure out how that all is going to fit together under whatever configurations. What do you think the role of AI, Tracy, is in sort of the infrastructure code layer of our apps?
Let's hurry with it.
Please solve that now. Please. That would be the answer.
I mean, just to build a container, right? I would like to be able to just type all the things I need in my container and go get it and download it. Or build my environment. I need this version of Nginx. I want to use this version of Istio. I want, this version of Kubernetes, and for it to go and do it for me. I don't want to have to do the hard work. So let's bring it on. I mean, this stuff is, I'm sure Donald will tell you, is very, very complex and has a lot of moving parts and a lot of places where you can fat finger something and you sit there until 3 a.m. trying to figure out what it was and you miss something. So